never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Utah's governor says police have a person of interest in custody now regarding the Charlie Kirk shooting death. Governor Spencer Cox made the announcement while giving an emotional plea about ending political violence in the U.S.
Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation.
The conservative activist was murdered during an outdoor Turning Point rally at Utah Valley University near Provo. Utah Valley University Police Chief Jeff Long says 6 officers were at the rally and Kirk had his own security team as well. Police earlier arrested a man at the event they believe could have been the shooter, but later determined he was not. Charlie Kirk, dead at 31. A tragic shooting at Evergreen High School left 2 students in critical condition and another stable. Deputies say the male suspect opened fire both inside and outside the school with a handgun. Officials offered statements about fear and safety. President Trump was interrupted by protesters as he dined out in Washington, D.C.
Free D.C. Free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time!
Trump visited a seafood restaurant near the White House on Tuesday night to show how sending federal troops into the streets had reduced crime in the city. A group of protesters followed Trump inside the restaurant, chanting, "Free D.C., Free Palestine, Trump is the Hitler of our time." The activist group Code Pink took credit for the protest, and video of the demonstration went viral on social media. The White House hasn't commented on the incident. I'm Michael Kastner.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 220 points. The S&P 500 rose by 19 points, and the Nasdaq gained 6 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Andrew Cuomo's New York City mayoral campaign is highlighting his opponent, Zoran Mandami's connection with an online commentator who made a controversial remark over the 9/11 terror attacks.
Cuomo stood with a firefighter suffering from 9/11-related cancer Monday. That firefighter's family points out that Hassan Piker once said on camera that America deserved 9/11 and then showed pictures of Piker hanging out with Mamdani. Mamdani's campaign accused Cuomo's campaign of trying to politicize 9/11 and says it's dangerous to paint the picture that Mamdani somehow supported the terror attacks. Scott Pringle, New York.
Cracker Barrel is suspending all remodels of its restaurants.
The decision follows the popular restaurant chain's failed rebrand that sought to revert to its original logo after receiving massive negative feedback. Cracker Barrel said it's continuing to listen to its customers. The company told customers that if their favorite location hasn't been remodeled yet, then they don't need to worry because it won't be. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A Costa Mesa, California resident accused of registering her dog to vote in 2 elections is explaining herself.
Laura Lee Urex says she did it to expose flaws in California's voting system. Urex made her first court appearance on Tuesday. She was charged with 5 felonies last week after allegedly registering her dog Maya to vote in the 2021 and 2022 elections. The U.S. Department of Justice says the dog's vote was officially counted in the 2021 gubernatorial recall election, but was rejected in the 2022 primary election. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Cue the microphone. It is showtime. Now we close out what undoubtedly would have to be a a rather sad day in America. My. How things can change in the blink of an eye. We lost Charlie Kirk, one of the most brilliant minds. Gotta tell you, that guy was so fast on his feet, his brain, speaking truth to power, defending liberty, defending freedom, never hesitant to proclaim that Jesus Christ was the Lord of Lords, in charge. Now, we've got all the latest. It's been a fluid situation. I mean, we're technically less than 12 hours into this investigation. There has been a suspect was taken into custody, questioned, released. A second suspect was then taken into custody, subsequently released. Last I've seen, we do not have the demon that did this. And we also lost another dear friend. Literally within the past several hours, Tom Bigby, who's been fighting the fight, went into hospice, about a week ago. Polly just shared literally 5 minutes ago. She states, my best friend in love just passed away at 10:19 p.m. He gave a really good fight, but he finally decided to let go. My life will not be the same without him. Thank you for all your love and support from everyone out there. It will never be forgotten. I will post and let you know when we have a date for a celebration of life. Love, me. It's been his, I guess you'd call it, domestic partner for the last, I don't know how many years, but so farewell. That was fast. I mean, he's actually been seeing some friends. He had one of his radio associates from the Houston area that actually flew in a couple days ago. He had to see him one last time. All right, so a somber way to start our program this morning. As we turn the page on the calendar, yes, that is September 11 of 2025. At this hour, some 24 years ago, 246 people went to sleep preparing for their early morning flights. Some 2,606 people went to sleep in preparation to go to work in the morning. 343 firefighters went to sleep in preparation for their morning shift. 60 police officers resting in preparation for their morning patrol. 8 paramedics sleeping in preparation for the morning shift. None of them saw past 10 a.m. on that morning. In one single moment, life may never be the same. As you live and enjoy the breaths you take today and tonight before you go to sleep in preparation for your life tomorrow, you never know. Kiss the ones you love. Snuggle a little bit tighter. Never take 1 second of your life for granted. So indeed, we'll kind of reflect back this date 24 years ago, give you the latest developments, some of the remembrances that will be taking place in New York City, in Shanksville, in Washington, D.C. Good to have you on board. Trust you've had a good week here. Somber Thursday. That's all I can say. All right, we'll try to put on our best face, and we'll get through this. 844-844-3388. If you'd like to get in touch, whether you'd like to talk about Charlie, whether you'd like to talk about this date 24 years ago, or whatever's on your mind. But we always take a look at our travelers around the country. There's not much going to slow you down for moving the freight around the country this Wednesday night into a Thursday morning. As the case has been most of the week, most of the precipitation activity at this point is in the western third of the country. Some lighter showers in northern portions of New Mexico and south central Colorado, very scattered about. A few stronger thunderstorms in southeastern Montana. Another cluster of showers in north central portions of Idaho. A little bit of spotty showers there in eastern Oregon. You may see a little light rain there in central portions of Nevada tonight. Aside from that, eastern two-thirds of the country hard-pressed to find any precipitation, even in the state of Florida, where there have been concerns of repeated showers and thunderstorms we've been talking about throughout the week. But out west, where we are indeed seeing a significant cooling trend for most areas west of the Rockies, a large southward dip in the jet stream moving in from the Pacific. This is good news if you want some relief from the relentless summer heat across much of the Pacific coast and Nevada. Temperatures some 10 to 20 degrees below historical average here. Lake Tahoe, California, mid-September high, typically mid-70s. Highs for this day ahead Thursday are going to be middle to upper 50s. How about Las Vegas? You'll see a high near Thursday. It's 90 here for Thursday and Friday. You would typically be closer to maybe 100 degrees this time of year. Further east, temperatures also a bit cooler compared to highs we saw starting the week. Salt Lake City after highs near 90 this past day. As we look toward Friday and Saturday, probably no higher than 80 degrees. Unlike our midsummer patterns, this is a setup accompanied by significant moisture. Conditions will probably vary across the region, but that moisture will lead to the uptick in showers. The greater concentration of rain is going to tend to focus on portions of Oregon, Northern California. According to AccuWeather, we could see pockets of rain popping up, as I just mentioned, sporadically in the region. From parts of Nevada, Idaho, western Montana, central California, Wyoming, into parts of Colorado. Some of the rain can come down heavy at times. We could be looking at some mudslides or flash flooding concerns in some of the recent burn scar areas. Strong winds expected to sweep across the Great Basin and in the southern and central portions of the Rockies from now till the end of the week. Despite some beneficial rain over the past month, those gusty winds and dry conditions are actually elevating the wildfire risk. Where those thunderstorms occur with little or no rain, you have the dry lightning, which could spark new wildfires. The pattern of lower than average temperatures and storms present into many western states probably going to last through most of the rest of this week. During the weekend and into next week, the dip in the jet stream is going to pretty much dissolve, and you'll have temperatures returning back to pretty much where we would typically be this time of year. Let's see who we got checking in here out of the box. Philly Dan, much like everyone else out there, sentiments in regards to Charlie. Good morning, crew. I am so mad at the bastard that shot and killed Charlie Kirk. He was one of the good ones. This is getting completely out of hand. Fake news should be accountable for this as well. All right, good afternoon. Larry, hammer down, be safe. Looking at 65 degrees in Platkill, New York tonight. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The demons attack again. Once again, an attack on our faith, liberty, freedom. Sad day in America. Seems like we're at a turning point in our history. Which way will it go? Only Charlie knows now. Stay safe. Be aware of your surroundings. Kiss your loved ones on the way out the door. Hello to Stacy, 68. Beautiful night here in north central Kansas. Hope everyone has a wonderful, safe night out there. Hello to the Goblin. Check it in. Good evening. Chris, good morning, Steve. It's Hillbilly, actually. Sad day in America. Shot for debating what they believe in. and actually some cheering that he's gone. I said prayers for his family and friends. As much news as I've seen about this, I pray for Ertna. Is that the wife? Hello, Shorty, I-95, southbound Brunswick, Georgia tonight, 69 degrees. It's Orlando turnaround number 2. Very, very sad. Charlie Kirk assassinated. In my opinion, I think it was a professional hit. Yeah, the shot had to go over the students' heads and inside the tent he was sitting in the back of. Tank in the house. Good morning. Overnight crew, prayers for Charlie's family. A lot of evil in this world. Ultimately, God will judge. We've got 86 here in Memphis. Just got the truck service, getting ready to head some 90 miles up the road to the home 20. Got quite a bit going on this weekend. We'll have our annual Cowboy Church trail ride and fish fry. Sunday morning, I'll be preaching on the banks of the Buffalo River in Waynesboro, Tennessee. Looking forward to a great weekend. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day and a blessed weekend. Hello to Double Trucker 56 at the home, Lockport, New York. Run was canceled tonight after a long night yesterday. Shocking day with the loss of Charlie Kirk. We'll try again tomorrow night and enjoy some downtime, maybe a little extra sleep tonight. Hello to Jeffrey, Southern Florida, Bobby in Michigan on board. Let's see. Norman checks in from north central Kansas. The Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita. I've been off duty, so it's back to work time here. Everybody have a great morning. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 62, and welcome Minnesota tonight. Huge tragedy to lose Charlie Kirk. However, I don't agree with lowering the flag in his honor. You know, we lost Dr. Charles Stanley last year, and just recently, Dr. James Dobson, and no such consideration, but, you know, we have to respect the flag as I do. However, I do not worship the flag. That being said, it minimizes the impact of a flag at half-staff when it's not done correctly. Yet Charlie Kirk will be missed. He was a stalwart for Christian conservative values, always standing up for our Lord and Savior. All right, I'm done with my rant, Steve. Just got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded. It's an epic night for some high-speed trailer trucking south to the land of Oz. All right, a special one-night-only, very solemn shout-out to the survivors, remembrance shout-out to Charlie Kirk's family, and those of all the September 11 victims and their families. From Parks Livestock of Minnesota. And hello from a very unhappy Michigan madman. I have absolutely nothing good to say about the leftist Democrats like Maxine Waters wanting to escalate violence against conservatives in this country. I hope she's happy now that J.B. Pritzker, that our president is to blame for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Anyway, had another surgery on the jaw. Feels like I've got some bugs in my mouth from the stitches. Everybody have a good night and be safe from the Michigan madman. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious people. peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Promax is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Even the president speaking out this past evening, stating he's filled with grief and anger over the assassination of Turning Point USA co-founder Charlie Kirk. To my great fellow Americans, I'm filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination on a college campus in Utah. Had like a 4-minute video that he posted to Truth Social stating that Charlie inspired millions. And tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate in the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom. And there's never been anyone so respected by the younger generation. At the age of 31, shot in the neck during the forum with students at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah, survived by his wife of 4 years, Erica, and his children, Mia Grace at 3 years old and James Charles, just 1 year old. Trump said Charlie was a man of deep, deep faith. We take comfort in the knowledge that he's now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, his 2 young, beloved children, and his entire family who loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. It is a dark moment for America. Charlie was participating in the first of a 15-stop itinerary. What was being billed as the America Comeback Tour. Yeah, for recent years, he's made college campus stops a centerpiece of his messaging, encouraging the students and the general public to ask him questions directly in a debate-style format. At the time of the shooting this past day, he was sitting on a what they call a prove me wrong table because he tried to actually engage in debate, answering questions from the crowd. Charlie traveled the nation joyfully engaging in everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anyone, to hear his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense on campuses nationwide. He championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. Trump then said it's long past time that Americans and the media confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequences of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful, despicable ways possible. For years, those on the left, the radicals, have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis, comparing them to the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. That kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism we're seeing in this country today. It must stop now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that funded and supported, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to this country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others. Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. He concluded by asking all Americans to commit themselves to the American values to which Charlie Kirk lived and died. The values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and patriotic devotion and love of God. We'll be back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Utah's governor says police have a person of interest in custody now regarding the Charlie Kirk shooting death. Governor Spencer Cox made the announcement while giving an emotional plea about ending political violence in the U.S.
Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation.
The conservative activist was murdered during an outdoor Turning Point rally at Utah Valley University near Provo. Utah Valley University Police Chief Jeff Long says 6 officers were at the rally and Kirk had his own security team as well. Police earlier arrested a man at the event they believe could have been the shooter, but later determined he was not. Charlie Kirk, dead at 31. A tragic shooting at Evergreen High School left 2 students in critical condition and another stable. Deputies say the male suspect opened fire both inside and outside the school with a handgun. Officials offered statements about fear and safety. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, it is 844-844-3388. A matter of hours after the word of Charlie Kirk's assassination in our nation's capital, and what they're saying is maybe the clearest sign yet that there are irreconcilable differences between the two major political parties in this country. What should have been a moment of somber, respectful silence turned into anything but. With the conservative world rocked with the assassination of Charlie. What should have been a unifying, somber moment, certain members in the House of Representatives decided that literally jeering a moment of prayer was the proper course of action. It's all caught, televised by C-SPAN via townhall.com. You can see the video, and it's being shared via social media. But according to the Daily Mail reporter, Representative Lauren Boebert, the Republican from Colorado, called for a moment of prayer in the House on behalf of Charlie. Met with a vociferous no from the Democrats. There was a lot of noise on the floor. Things were kind of out of control. The speaker was trying to garner control. Representative Anna Pauline Luna, the Republican from Florida, took to shouting to Democrats, claiming, you effing own this. You all caused this. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. What a difference a day can make.
I'm telling you.
But, yep. Condolences to Tom Igby's family, Charlie Kirk's family. Sympathize shout out, and very old shout out to all of them there. Man, it's just... that's wild. I understand about Tom Bigby, and when you look at somebody that close, man, it's just it'll knock a wind out of you.
Yeah,
Same thing with Charlie Kirk family too. So
You know what really kind of caught me by surprise with Tom is, I mean, he's been kind of sharing on Facebook. He was, obviously he wasn't feeling well. He was having, some days were better than others, but he was up to watch the Bengals game this past Sunday. Had, well, like I said, one of his radio friends that he worked with in Houston flew into town. He brought him some treats, some snacks over the weekend, and he seemed to be alert. And I thought he had some time left, but much like your experience, you kind of said when I said the cancer had spread to this and that and in the brain, that was pretty much the same diagnosis that Tennessee had, and amazing how fast it can kill you.
Oh, absolutely, buddy. When she went, she was awake one morning and slipped into a coma, and that was it. When she went in that coma, she wasn't coming back out. So, I mean, it's just it's a devastating thing to watch and experience, and it's just, I don't know, man. Here's what I tell people: I really wish people would quit asking me how I am, because I ain't never gonna be the same, and it feels like that. My heart was tore out. They stumped that sucker flat and handed it back to me and said, "Hey, you like them apples now, boys?" Somebody told me today, "Well, you just need some time. That's all." I don't know if time I ever healed it all there. So, anyway, man, it's yeah. I heard that on the House of Representatives. There, they were all shouting at each other.
Yeah,
that's just sad. Yeah, it's just sad, but I mean, you know, it's sad that this country can't come together and at least meet somewhere in the middle. You know, we're all supposed to be united under one common cause, but it's not that way anymore. And you're not safe. I don't care who you are. You're not safe. You might have to keep looking over your shoulder, especially people that are in the political arena that talk politics all the time. If you say one thing wrong, you never know. Somebody might just whoop a pistol out on you, and that's it. You don't know.
Yes, sir.
You know. So I hope you got a good security chain, but I'm a Ferios guy when it comes to protecting Steve Sommers, because you're the only one I listen to, Steve. The rest of them I don't care for it.
Well, I thank you for that. Thanks for being a dedicated listener there.
All right, well, have a good morning. I'm gonna I'm coming into Houston now. I'm going to watch all these people down here. So I'll keep listening. It's gonna be a long night again. I hope I'm not as tired as I was last night. But anyway, I got down to Bryan, Texas, and instead of taking a 20-minute power nap, I took a 10-hour break right there, see, so that worked out pretty good. Run all the way down to Lolita, Texas. Got loaded up tonight. Now I'm on my way back up. So we'll take another 10-hour break about 5 in the morning. I'll get up 3 tomorrow afternoon, finish it all up. I hope we're all still around there. So, all right, I'm going to keep listening.
Thanks for being with us, Knucklebuster. Safe travels out there. Yeah, you sound a little more awake tonight. He was dragging butt yesterday, wasn't he? Some nights are longer than others, as they say. All right, what do we have here? September 11. Each September, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey honors the 84 employees that they lost on that date, and those killed in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Through volunteer programs and memorial services, the traditions aim to preserve the memory for future generations. Back in 2021, as Newark Liberty's old Terminal A was being demolished, staff preserved the Gate A17 sign. It was September 11 of 2001 when United Flight 93 departed from that gate with 37 passengers. After learning of the attacks in New York and Washington, those on board fought back against the hijackers that ultimately forced the plane down near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. The Port Authority made a deliberate choice to preserve the sign, not simply as an artifact, but as a lasting tribute, according to Newark's Liberty General Manager. The sign was formally transferred last month to the National Park Service for display at the Flight 93 National Memorial there. Its story will help future generations understand how ordinary citizens became extraordinary heroes, according to the site's education chief. Port Authority Deputy Aviation Director said transferring the sign reaffirms our commitment to ensuring this history is honored not just in stone or steel, but in the stories that we pass down to future generations. Well, good morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Yes, it's been a really terrible day. Ever since 1 o'clock, I woke up and rolled over and turned on Fox News and just to check the news there a little bit and answer a phone call that I had. And as I was talking on the phone, they were mentioning something about Charlie Kirk, and I said, "What's going on here?" You know, it's just really a shock. And to see the video, actually watch the video of what happened to him. And I just thought, wow, man, I mean, I feel like the blood has ran out of me, you know. It's just devastating, terrible. And his whole family has got to deal with this now, and all of the friends that he had, and listening to Jason Chaffetz on Fox News today experience what he experienced there, because I think he was there at the place there, and I could tell by the look on his face that there was something wrong there with Charlie Kirk. He was probably dead. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's just the way that happened, and it was immediate, and they tried their best to recover him and all of that, but it just didn't happen. But what got me the most, Steve, is what I talked about here 2 days ago. It was the security issue. Okay, and I mentioned that, and I said, well, there's a big problem here with political figures and with people who are popular. With we have so many of them who are out here doing individual speeches. Conservatives, they're working hard. They're working hard for us, and they're doing things on their own in public venues everywhere. But apparently this college campus just did not have the proper security measures that they should have had here. He apparently got on a roof, and he fired from a roof one shot, then it was directed to him, and that was that. And he's gone, and they can't find him now, whoever it was. You know, they just can't find him. He's gone. Okay, so if they find him, we're going to be just saying, well, they found him, you know. And that's good, but still, the prevention needs to be done. The prevention of the thing that happened needs to be done, just like the Ukrainian woman, just like 911. The prevention of all of these things needs to be done. We've got to work on that better. We go to events. I go to events all the time. And I'm looking around. It's really getting to the point to where you wonder when you're going to be at an event that something like this is going to happen. Sadly. You know, because it's very sad, and there's so many things that are going on right now, and the Democrats have incited all of this. They have asked for it to happen. Joe Biden's comments about Trump before he had the attempt last year, about putting Trump in a bullseye. What does that tell you? I mean, that's really something that he should have been brought before a judge and a jury to account for that statement right there. But no, he was not brought forward for nothing. He made the comment though, and that's exactly what happened. Okay, so it's serious. It's serious stuff, and really, 911, the security people who came to the scene, and they fought really with their lives to rescue people. The police, all of the helicopters, everything that was all around the area and on the ground and up inside the building, trying to rescue people. That was where we came together, right there.
Mm-hmm.
And they tried to rescue, and as people were no doubt hollering as they jumped from the buildings, okay, and just the noise of their body just being, blasted everywhere. Everybody could hear all of that. And it was just a mess, a total mess. And people had to come in and work that scene. I mean, it was devastating for everyone. And then I hear that when you drove through New York City for even weeks after that, you could smell the reek of everything that was going on there. And it was just a really bad scene there. And the prevention of it all needs to be done. And I just really would wish that this country would start more prevention of these kinds of things that's going on, because it's really a mess that we're getting into here. And thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it, Steve.
As far as security, Charlie wasn't I don't know, would he be considered like a political figure? Not really. And when you're trying to get together, he wasn't like per se preaching. He was just people would ask him an honest question, and he would give the rightful, truthful answer. But for many people, they don't want to hear the truth. Yeah, they want the spin. Yeah, they want everybody to accept some of their warped ideologies, and he did not do that. Now, he did travel with supposedly some private security. I presume that would be some of the individuals that surround him when he's on the stage or in the tent area. Yeah, biggest concern would, I think, typically have been concerns that some of these radicals might just try to jump on stage and start throwing punches and things of that nature. So we had some security in that nature. Yeah, who would have ever thought you would need something akin to the likes of a Secret Service protection to be surveilling rooftops? Because that's the suspicion. The individual fired from a rooftop they're saying some 200 yards away. It's 844-844-3388. Love to get your sentiment. Clear lines, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
We will do our best to bring you up to speed on all the other news as we typically do. Industry headlines, the latest there. Of course, today being the anniversary of September 11. Get word that the New York Yankees and the White House announcing President Trump is scheduled to be at the Yankees-Tigers game today at Yankee Stadium. Now, of course, the evening will carry added significance as pregame ceremonies will commemorate the victims and the heroes of September 11/01. Obviously, the president's attendance is expected to draw national attention, also prompting heightened security measures throughout the stadium and obviously surrounding areas. Officials urging fans who actually have tickets to plan ahead, arrive early, consider public transportation due to anticipated road closures. There will be restricted access points and limited parking availability near Yankee Stadium. Now, according to the Yankees, stadium gates will open at 4 p.m., which is 3 hours before the scheduled first pitch at 7:05 this evening. Officials also cautioned that typically accessible areas inside and outside Yankee Stadium may become restricted zones before, during, and after the game due to the enhanced security protocols with, obviously, the visit from the president. Fans should expect tighter movement controls both in and outside the immediate neighborhood. But this evening's matchup will serve as more than a ball game, they're saying, as the Yankees will use the pregame ceremonies honoring the memories, recognizing the first responders, the heroes who emerged in the aftermath some 24 years ago. All right, rolling toward news break as we'll get ready to close out hour number 1. The days are getting shorter across America. Yes, some areas losing more than 100 minutes of sunlight through the month of September. Yes, the shorter days, that's a true sign of what's to come. The end of daylight savings time. This year, clocks fall back 1 hour on Sunday, November 2nd, as daylight savings time ends across most of the country. The result, earlier sunrises and sunsets. Arizona, with the exception of the Navajo Nation, and Hawaii, the only states that do not observe the biannual time shift, sticking on standard time year-round. Several states, as we know, many have proposed ending the practice of changing the clocks. Legislation has yet to go into effect. It's called the Sunshine Protection Act. It's also been introduced by lawmakers in the nation's capital, but the bill has not passed the Senate. and the House of Representatives to make it to the president's desk. So in 2026, let's look ahead. Daylight savings times will start on Sunday, March the 8th, continuing for nearly 8 months, ending November 1. That'll be a Sunday, November 1 next year. But they say most people are in favor of sticking. Pick one. If standard time, daylight savings time, stick with it. Yeah, there's some debate as to which one to stick with permanently, but all right, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com to learn more.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Political activist and media personality Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at a Turning Point rally at Utah Valley University near Provo. Former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz was at the event.
I was watching Charlie. I can't say that I saw blood. I can't say that I saw him get hit, but I did see him fall immediately backwards into his left.
Video posted on social media shows Kirk being shot in the neck during a Q&A with students. A suspect is now in custody.
As soon as the shot rang out, everybody hit the deck, and then everybody started scattering and yelling and screaming, as you might imagine.
Charlie Kirk dead at 31. At Evergreen High School near Denver, 2 students are in critical condition and a third is stable following a shooting on campus. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Department says the male suspect has been hospitalized.
All shootings occurred on school grounds, some inside, some outside.
Investigators are searching his home, social media, and school locker for answers. A 4th person was injured as well while fleeing the scene. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear arguments on whether President Trump's global tariffs are legal.
The focus of the arguments will be on Trump using a law meant for times of emergency to impose tariffs without the help of Congress. Trump wants the justices to overturn a lower court ruling from last month that said he had gone above his authority by imposing the tariffs. The Supreme Court says it will hear the arguments in November. Until then, the tariffs will stay in place. I'm Monica Nelson.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 220 points. The S&P 500 rose by 19 points, and the Nasdaq gained 6 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A recent Amber Alert arrest in California suggests the crime was a family affair.
Sunday morning around 11, a 1-year-old baby was snatched from its mother's arms at knife point outside a Target store in the city of Industry. An Amber Alert was issued 8 hours later. The baby's 20-year-old father and his parents, the baby's grandparents, were arrested in Winslow, Arizona. They're back in L.A. now, and L.A. County prosecutors are considering filing multiple criminal charges against the 3, including kidnapping and assault with a deadly weapon. I'm Jim Roop.
Democratic Florida Congressman Jerry Moskowitz is accusing the government of lying about the unexplained aerial phenomenon.
During a House Oversight Subcommittee hearing, Moskowitz said he doesn't know what's true, but noted that
we are definitely being lied to. There's just no doubt about that.
The hearing featured military veterans who shared their stories of encounters with UAPs and included never-before-seen video from last year of an alleged sighting off the coast of Yemen. According to Moskowitz, the veterans' impeccable records make it difficult for the government to continue to obscure the public's knowledge regarding the occurrences. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Mexican cuisine and Latin American flavors are being showcased this week in the Des Moines Metro.
20 restaurants in the Des Moines Metro are offering special menus that showcase their cultural heritage as part of the Iowa Latino Restaurant Week. Dishes from various countries like Mexico, Peru, and Ecuador are featured during the event, which is designed to expose people to culinary traditions of Latin America. Latino Restaurant Week runs through Sunday. I'm Eva Basinger.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you so much. Time zone to time zone, rolling into a brand new day. The 11th day of September. Yeah, for those old enough to remember, 24 years ago on this date, we all can pretty much recollect exactly where we were, what we were doing when the news broke early that morning. And we actually witnessed the world change in a matter of moments before our very eyes. Changes over the subsequent years ahead. It was actually on this day 24 years ago that what was formerly the Truck and Bozo show. Mostly old-time country music, talking to some truck drivers. The program in itself changed on that date. I distinctly recall that evening as my father opened the program. Tonight, you're not going to be the Carolina Monkey Gouger. You're Jimmy. You're not going to be the Scarecrow. We're going by our real names. A very, very somber program. Everything was so fluid at the time. Trying to keep up with the very latest news. I think we were a couple of hours into the program that morning. When my father had to go downstairs, we were on satellite radio, of course, XM radio at the time. And we had a hard clock, as they call it. And the clock had to be stuck to. Well, at the home base there, on the AM side, they were not sticking to any sort of clock. I mean, the news break at the top of the hour may have lasted 10 minutes. So Dad went downstairs to do the live thing there. I stuck with the satellite radio listeners on that particular side that morning. But from that day forward, we then had really become more of a, kind of more what we are today. I've maintained more of a news talk format. The music gradually began to go away on the program. Over the years, we got down to where I was playing maybe one song an hour, and eventually we just scrapped the music entirely. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia tonight, 66 degrees. Sad time in America. Charlie Kirk, great American. Devout Christian, beloved husband and father. Murdered in what appears to be a targeted assassination on the college campus in Utah. As we now know, the killer is still at large. He's now with his Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who welcomed him at the pearly gates with a job well and faithfully done. I am sad and angry at what this country has turned into because of the vitriolic behavior of the lunatic left, who without doubt bear the responsibility of his murder. Also, so sorry to hear about Tom. Tom Bigby, if you weren't with us last hour, lost his battle with cancer a couple of hours ago, apparently 10:19 p.m. He also entered the pearly gates. He was a great guy, good radio host. Yes, on this day 24 years ago, I was working evenings, running freight back and forth from an air freight company to the Atlanta airport, and had worked very late in the early morning on the 11th, so I was sleeping when it all unfolded. Wildcat woke me up to tell me what was going on. I immediately called the office where they told me the airport was totally shut down. Do not come into work. I have a weapons carry license, and in light of everything going on, I'll be taking advantage of what that represents much more than I've had to in the past. On a more cheerful note, the Reds won, but sadly the Braves lost their 34th one-run game of the season. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, that was another thing that changed for the days that followed September 11. Yeah, recall stepping outdoors and there were no planes in the sky. Living in a city with a major airport hub. At almost any time, day or night, I could step out and you could look off in the nighttime and see a plane out there and a plane over here. There were no planes in the sky for days. Air travel virtually shut down. Well, good morning to Kentucky Ken. Hello, the Overnight Drive crew. Steve Sommers. Yes, sad on the tragic incident in Utah. Prayers for our country. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Let me see here. Yeah, just to clarify, the events in Congress. Regarding the uproar about the prayer, they did have a moment of silent prayer for Charlie. But after the request for the moment of silence, Representative Boebert had requested the prayer be done verbally. That's when the Democrats lost their proverbial minds. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Today is becoming a sad day with the passing of Charlie. And I saw the post of Polly, the passing of our friend Hong Bigby with his fight with cancer. Yeah, add to it, 9/11's 24th anniversary. Wow. Anyway, we got a Richmond, Kentucky load to keep me busy tonight. Good news, exit 90, Fair Road Bridge on I-75 has reopened in the state of Ohio. Hazy skies. Rolling near Richmond, Kentucky at this hour, 68 degrees. Fred is on board. Good to have you. Bradley says Charlie was a true fearless leader of the conservative movement for the younger generation, and a very effective one at that. Yeah, the conspiracy theories, they'll be flying in the morning. Meanwhile, let's see what's going on with Pappy. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? 24 years ago, in 12 hours, I woke up, was working second shift, and like I've been doing for many years, I turned on the TV just to see what's going on. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? The tower's already collapsed. This is probably 12:30, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Called a buddy of mine at work. What the hell's going on, man? Steve, much like yesterday now, I woke up, walked into the living room to turn on the news to see if we're at nuclear war. And the news of Charlie Kirk being shot was just being announced. Man, it's definitely a sad day here. A lot of your listeners chimed in to what type of man this was. No questioning his faith, his love of this country, his love of the family. So, Steve, as we move forward here, we need a couple questions answered. Obviously, we don't know all the facts yet, but there has been reporting, and nobody's disputing this, to my understanding, that they are claiming there was somebody on a rooftop that shot approximately 200 yards away with a rifle. One shot, one kill, and he disappears into the darkness. So if that's the case, Steve, that is an assassination. Now, the other question is, was this a professional assassination?
Right.
Was this a professional political hit on Charlie Kirk? You know, at first when I heard, obviously you don't know what's going on. I kind of thought maybe it was somebody close by with a handgun. Come to find out that's not the case, because there was too many people there close by. Originally, they had that elderly gentleman in custody. For whatever reason, they thought maybe he was involved and quickly released. You mentioned that they interviewed somebody else of interest and was released.
Correct.
So I guess there's a couple questions, Steve. Now, if they know that this assassin fired from a rooftop 200 yards away, what kind of evidence do they have, if any? Was there a spent casing located? What type of weapon was it? Was the weapon left there?
Mm-hmm.
The answers to these questions will tell a lot. An assassin that's not a professional, Steve, is not going to leave that weapon there. There's too much evidence on it. Too much trace DNA. I don't care if you got gloves on. You'd have to be in a Tyvek suit, totally encapsulated, not to put any DNA evidence on that weapon. Even days prior, handling it, loading it, when you put your cheek down on the stock, right, to get a line of sight and a sight picture, you're leaving DNA evidence on that weapon. So anybody that, if this was a professional, is not going to leave that weapon behind. They also are probably not going to use an AR platform type weapon because it's a semi-automatic. It kicks that round out. They do not want to leave that round there. It's evidence. The true professional would probably use a bolt-action rifle. See, the problem with these two questions is, I hope, well, I don't know if that's the right word. I don't know how else to say it, but I guess I hope that is some deranged lunatic lone assassin and not a professional hit on Charlie. If this was a professional political hit, this country's got big, big problems. I mean, we already got big, big problems, but...
Why? Because that would mean there were others involved in organizing and plotting this, and so it's not a lone wolf. If it was okay, and somebody funded it.
It's a professional, correct? Who wanted this? Who wanted this to happen, and who paid for this to happen?
Right.
So, hold on a sec. All right. So those are the two big questions, and another thing, it's some person that has no hunting experience, no weapon experience, that just decides, hey, I'm going to go buy a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go assassinate Charlie Cook and shoot him from 200 yards away with a rifle. Someone with no experience, Steve, that's a hard task to pull off. Anyone with experience, it's not a hard task to pull off. It's just so hard to kind of really explain. Rifles, your typical hunting rifles, when you buy them from the store, they're usually guaranteed to shoot what's called 1 MOA. Bear with me here.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that rifle is capable of shooting a 1-inch group at 100 yards. Right? If the shooter has the ability and the capability and the experience to make that shot, the rifle's capable of making that shot. A lot of these rifles, most of them probably will shoot a 1-inch MOA. A lot will not. It depends on what kind of rifle was purchased and what it's bought, right? Mm-hmm. Now, what that means, Steve, at 200 yards, the rifle is capable of shooting a 2-inch group. At 300 yards, it's a 3-inch group. At 400 yards, it's a 4-inch group. You follow me?
Okay.
So the farther out you go, the more experience you need. So to say I'm going to take an AR-15 at 500 yards and hit a 5-inch diameter plate, if you're not an experienced shooter, you're not going to make that shot, because the rifle might, if you're trying to hit a 4-inch plate at 500 yards, the rifle's not even capable of it, if I'm making sense. So a professional hitman is going to have a precision rifle that will at least shoot half-inch groups at 100 yards. We'll shoot half-inch MOA. That rifle is tuned in and is capable of shooting a half-inch group at 100 yards. And the only reason I bring this up, if they find a rifle on this roof, I want to know what it is.
And everything I'm seeing right now is the last post says investigators have not yet identified a suspect and a gun has not been recovered.
Yeah. How they know it was up on a roof? I mean, do they got photos? I mean, I don't know. And for somebody just to be able to disappear like that, I get it. Once that shot rings out, you got everybody fleeing. You can blend in with the crowd real easy, Steve.
There was chaos. If you haven't seen the crowd, first of all, everybody kind of hit the deck. Everybody went down. But then everybody, the screaming, the pandemonium, the chaos, everybody starts running different directions. It was absolute chaos.
Yeah, you can blend in real easy and walk right out of there. Nobody would be the wiser. In regards to the security, you're absolutely correct. I don't know if Charlie Kirk's was if you had to pay to get in there. I don't know. I don't know if it was free. However, the college institution paid him. I don't think he was doing this for free. He was making money. Now, you're 100% correct, man. You think he has a Secret Service type protection? Absolutely not. You think he could probably even afford it? Absolutely not. Now, Utah University probably had some off-duty police officers working the detail there.
Mm-hmm.
Did the university paying these people? Is Charlie Kirk paying for this security? But then again, it's security. It's not designed to... You don't have counter sniper teams there,
right,
Steve.
Right.
I mean,
correct.
Come on, and the university itself doesn't have that kind of security. I mean, we talked about beefing up these schools if you want to really make them safe for the students. But I mean, are you going to have a counter sniper team at every school? I mean, now you're kind of going overboard here. So the sad fact is, Steve, it's a sad fact. If somebody wants to kill you, they got a pretty good chance of doing so. I mean, when we do these training scenarios, and you stop a vehicle for whatever reason out here, somebody was speeding, whatever you stop this car for, if that person in that car wants to kill that cop, the odds of survival, they're there, but they're slim. There's training that goes involved, what to look for, how to approach the car, things you can do to protect yourself. I mean, we all seen the videos where the cops walking up to the car and all of a sudden shots rang out. The guy sticks a gun out the window and starts shooting. The sad fact is that we live in a free country. Freedom, we pay with our blood. I just want to know who pulled that trigger. If it was some whacked out leftist or rightist, or if this was a paid political hit.
Correct.
You know, that's what I want. And we might never know the answers to them two questions if this guy isn't located. There's got to be cameras. Man, you know the FBI, they're going to be working on this big time. I
know they're on it as we speak, obviously, but yeah, we got to pause there as I look at the clock. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Political activist and media personality Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at a Turning Point rally at Utah Valley University near Provo. Former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz was at the event.
I was watching Charlie. I can't say that I saw blood. I can't say that I saw him get hit, but I did see him fall immediately backwards into his left.
Video posted on social media shows Kirk being shot in the neck during a Q&A with students. A suspect is now in custody. Charlie Kirk, dead at 31. At Evergreen High School near Denver, 2 students are in critical condition and a third is stable following a shooting on campus. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Department says the male suspect has been hospitalized. Investigators are searching his home, social media, and school locker for answers. A 4th person was injured as well while fleeing the scene. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Much. Welcome back. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Just trying to pull up the latest updates if there's any new information. What they're saying is obviously the shooter is believed to have fired one shot from a nearby roof in a targeted attack, according to the Utah Department of Public Safety, which is leading the investigation along with the FBI. A manhunt is still underway as 2 people who were considered suspects were later released. Obviously, an outpouring of condemnation from both sides of the aisle. President Trump describes Kirk's death as a dark day for America and blaming rhetoric from the radical left. As Trump remade the Republican Party, Charlie Kirk embodied the Republicans' newfound populist conservatism in the social media age. Trump has credited Kirk with galvanizing and mobilizing the youth to vote for him. Obviously, a very influential young voice in what they call the MAGA universe, making regular appearances at conservative media, and as he was doing this past day, holding debates around controversial topics on college campuses. Now, they're saying the FBI, which is working with local and state law enforcement, is urging anyone with information, photos, or videos related to the incident to share their files through an online form. Skylar Baird, one of the thousands of people who were there to see Charlie at Utah this past day, described the moment he was shot. He said, I was maybe 15 feet away from him. I heard the pop, and I said in my mind that was a gunshot. I pretty much knew immediately that he wasn't going to make it. While there was security present near Kirk, the event, the space felt very open. Now, he was well guarded against someone running up, say with a knife, or someone who was trying to fight him personally, but security in the general area. I mean, it was just a normal campus day. Calling the shooting a tragedy, Baird said Kirk was at the university to have a conversation with both sides of the aisle. He always wanted that dialogue. But as far as security, exactly what my sentiments were. He had people around him. If a wacko tried to run up on the stage or something, that was about it, though.
Steve, I was saying at the end there, thanks for holding me over. I'll get off of here real quick, but I say this kind of laughing under my breath, but I guess I trust the FBI, right, to give us information, truthful information that they can give us, and not try to bury anything or cover up anything. One thing about Charlie, Steve, I've watched many of his videos of him going around these campuses.
Yep.
And he never was really disrespectful to anybody. The people that knew him close said it didn't matter to him if you were trans, if you were gay, what color you were, what political side you were on. He always treated everybody with respect and just treated people like they need to be treated. What's the number one rule? Treat people as you wish you would be treated, you know? So, and this deal in Congress, Steve, said this last several calls that this denouncement of God and religion in our country, there's something deep going on here, man. For people in Congress to act the way they did, I saw a few of the Democrats' response to this tonight, and it was purely pathetic. When you look at the violence that has occurred in this country over the last several years, it's all from the left. You can't deny that. Who's burning down these cities? Who's attacking the Tesla cars? When we've all seen the videos of these woke people just melting down. You can't have a conversation with them. They scream at the top of their lungs and just call you everything under the sun, any name they can call you. That's all they got. And I'm afraid they're mashing the gas pedal down really, really hard here. And, you know, and everybody's, why can't we all just get along? Steve, they are done. There's no getting along with these people. I hate to say it, man. It's something like, it's not as extreme as Hamas, right? But you're not going to convince these people that they're wrong. You're not going to convince these people to get on a rooftop and shoot somebody is wrong. I did see a photograph that was posted of somebody on a roof, claiming it was at the Charlie Cook's deal. I don't know if, in fact, I'll send it to you. So, obviously, video surveillance, videos taken, pictures taken, is probably going to hopefully solve this. I tend to believe that there's a good chance it was a student, Steve, because these students come around from all around the country. A student with some firearm experience, been out on the farm shooting or whatever. It's got some experience. And again, I hate to use the word hope, but I'm kind of hoping that's the case. It's not a professional hit job, because if it is, our whole political situation here in this country is in a world of hurt. I was young during Martin Luther King when he got shot. I remember it. I remember watching his funeral on TV in black and white. I remember when Robert F. K. got shot, assassinated. I was alive. I don't remember when JFK was assassinated, but my dad said came in the room and woke him up telling him the president was shot. Those 60s were some crazy times. We got through it. And hopefully we'll get through this, because we are living in some crazy times, Steve. No doubt about it. And I'll get off here and let somebody else get in here. I appreciate you taking the call, everybody. Situational awareness. Stay safe. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
Good information, Pappy. Thank you very much. All right. I think he actually mentioned on our Wednesday morning program. Of course, we were anticipating the anniversary today of September 11, 2001, 24 years ago. And I guess the NYPD spent the day probing an alleged bomb threat, as, of course, they're going to increase security presence in what they call critical locations all over the city today. The United Nations General Assembly, the upcoming Jewish high holidays. Police commissioner noted that while threats typically increase around the jam-packed weeks bookended by the September 11 anniversary, you have the UN General Assembly, the Jewish high holidays. The department will be taking extra precautions today. Specifically, the top cop said NYPD will be monitoring threats to the Big Apple's critical infrastructure, including bridges and tunnels linking Queens and Manhattan. The connectors between the two boroughs were highlighted as a loosely planned target for a group of unidentified criminals, according to sources. A vague threat that popped up on the NYPD and FBI's radar indicated passages between Manhattan and Queens were marked as possible intended targets for unspecified terror attacks in New York. The would-be attackers may have ties to Iran, they added. No specifics about the timing or the methods. As always, we take all these threats seriously. We are working with federal partners through the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Out of an abundance of caution, we are surging resources. You can expect to see an increased police presence at critical infrastructure locations today. The security hike, we've had a summer of scares in the Big Apple. In July, when the gunman opened fire in the Park Avenue office tower that housed the NFL headquarters, of course, and other companies, that killed 4. That gunman, of course, storming the building, wielding the assault rifle, trying to get to the NFL executives that he blamed for his mental health, but ended up on the wrong floor, floor that houses Rudin Management, where he shot and killed a young Cornell graduate before then turning the gun on himself. Just last month, Times Square shut down after the suspicious package was left near the NYPD's small location in the heart of Manhattan. Suspect who was on probation taken into custody underwent a psych evaluation. New York City's ICE field office building was also forced to evacuate last month after 5 envelopes containing white powder were discovered in a mailroom. The powder was later determined to be boric acid, but as always, a heightened security presence in the Big Apple and probably other big cities for the day ahead.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, quick like we know, it won't be long. The change of the seasons, winter is creeping up real fast. The Colorado Department of Transportation is hoping a new electronic closure system along Interstate 70 will help reduce response times during winter weather emergencies. The newly installed system, located on I-80 through Vail Pass, will allow the Colorado DOT to close the interstate with the push of a button. The signs can be activated simultaneously from the department's operations center. Officials said the system will quickly get information to drivers through variable message signs and lane use signs that will display red X's to alert motorists of closures. Colorado DOT resident engineer John Crolum said that in the past, a closure would require department employees or Colorado State Patrol to physically drive to the areas of the interstate that needed to be closed. Now with this remote system, it will tell people the highway is closed, and we'll be able to fill the gap in time between when we really want the interstate closed and when we can get someone there to physically staff it. I said the new alert system will save the department roughly 45 minutes when inclement weather hits. That time saved means that crews will have access to clear the road and reopen the interstate more quickly than we've seen in the past. Now, ignoring the signs will lead to consequences. Officials said the drivers who disregard the warning signs and proceed through closures will be ticketed. But this new system will be operational, they tell us, this winter, just around the corner. All right. Good morning, Vic.
Well, good morning, Steve. It's kind of a sad morning, but the other morning I didn't do a very good job of explaining how these people were putting out all this fake news. It goes beyond the spin. We know that news company, people have a bias to these news sources, but when they leave out key facts or add things to it that really don't add anything to the subject or the topic, I think that's what Trump's talking about when he's talking about fake news, and it's all to try to drive a narrative. And I think Charlie Kirk represented a threat to a lot of this misinformation. And not only that, we all know that these schools had turned into indoctrination camps from way back when. And I think Pappy mentioned the 60s. That was when it really started to pick up speed. And you see these young kids, college kids, going out there and protesting on behalf of Hamas, actually. But they say they need a Palestinian state, but Hamas runs the Palestinian Authority, so you'd have to believe they would run a Palestinian state. And it just goes on and on and on. Some of the stuff that the college kids are out there protesting for is like they're upset about the ICE raids, even though they're getting the criminals pretty much. And they're upset about the National Guard coming into different cities to help the police fight the crime. So just look at the things that the left is doing. And you remember, you're talking about Congress and all these other people. In the first Trump administration, remember these kids are running around saying, we're part of the resistance. Well, resistance of what?
Mm-hmm.
And that you had people, I think Maxine Waters was one of them, and some others that said, just get in their face. And I know that some of the Trump people in the first administration, they couldn't even go out to eat or anything else. I think even Mike Pence and his wife was, I wouldn't say assaulted, but interfered with, interrupted, or whatever. So, I mean, it was totally ridiculous, the things that were going on. And conversely, the reason Trump caught on was he had a message that caught on because people got totally sick of this political correctness. And that's what I was talking about the other night with Barack Obama. A lot of people did not agree with these policies, wanted socialized medicine and all that. But the immediate thing that the left always went to was, well, you just don't like him because he's a mulatto, and he has dark skin. I could have cared less about that, but the point of it was he wasn't taking this country in a good direction. And that was what I think that whenever Trump came along and you had people like Charlie Kirk that started winning the battle against those years of indoctrination and everything else, somebody says, hey, we have to do something about that. And Charlie Kirk, I never did watch him a lot or watch his podcast, but I did some, and I didn't realize until today that he was going directly to the college campuses.
Yep.
And basically taking on that message, straightforward. Well, I could see where people would say, hey, we have to shut this guy down. And Pappy was talking about whether it's a professional hit or people training or whatever. But I think it was somebody that knew a fair amount about guns and ammo. And he was talking about these people, a lot of these professional hit people, they make their own weapons. It's kind of like the competition people, when they go to these rifle competitions and everything. Quite often they pretty much have a I guess you'd say, a personally constructed gun, and they also have to know something about the ammo because John Hinckley, he had one of the wad cutter bullets when he shot President Reagan, but the gun he used wouldn't, basically it didn't generate enough velocity to where that bullet would explode when it hit President Reagan, and that's pretty much what saved his life. Because had he used the proper gun with ammo that he was using, it would have probably killed President Reagan, because it would have hit in a way where he'd start that bleeding. And they said that Charlie Kirk, they talked about the carotid artery, and then that young lady from Ukraine that was stabbed, they were talking about the jugular vein. Well, the jugular vein and the carotid artery, one carries blood to the brain, and the other one causes the deoxygenated blood back from the brain. And that whole area in there, you have that big nerve, the vagus nerve, and then you have other things. So somebody knew something about if it was a hit, they knew that that's also flesh there in the neck. And if you hit somebody in the neck, you're pretty much
it's going to be fatal, right? All right, hold the thought there. But first, lease with Tell and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Learn more at tell360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Utah's governor says police have a person of interest in custody now regarding the Charlie Kirk shooting death. Governor Spencer Cox made the announcement while giving an emotional plea about ending political violence in the U.S.
Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation.
The conservative activist was murdered during an outdoor Turning Point rally at Utah Valley University near Provo. Utah Valley University Police Chief Jeff Long says 6 officers were at the rally and Kirk had his own security team as well. Police earlier arrested a man at the event they believe could have been the shooter, but later determined he was not. Charlie Kirk, dead at 31. A tragic shooting at Evergreen High School left 2 students in critical condition and another stable. Deputies say the male suspect opened fire both inside and outside the school with a handgun. Officials offered statements about fear and safety. President Trump was interrupted by protesters as he dined out in Washington, D.C.
Free D.C.! Free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time!
Trump visited a seafood restaurant near the White House on Tuesday night to show how sending federal troops into the streets had reduced crime in the city. A group of protesters followed Trump inside the restaurant, chanting, "Free D.C., Free Palestine, Trump is the Hitler of our time." The activist group Code Pink took credit for the protest, and video of the demonstration went viral on social media. The White House hasn't commented on the incident. I'm Michael Kastner.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 220 points. The S&P 500 rose by 19 points, and the Nasdaq gained 6 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Andrew Cuomo's New York City mayoral campaign is highlighting his opponent, Zohran Mamdani's connection with an online commentator who made a controversial remark over the 9/11 terror attacks.
Cuomo stood with a firefighter suffering from 9/11-related cancer Monday. That firefighter's family points out that Hassan Piker once said on camera that America deserved 9/11 and then showed pictures of Piker hanging out with Mamdani. Mamdani's campaign accused Cuomo's campaign of trying to politicize 9/11 and says it's dangerous to paint the picture that Mamdani somehow supported the terror attacks. Scott Pringle, New York.
Cracker Barrel is suspending all remodels of its restaurants.
The decision follows the popular restaurant chain's failed rebrand that sought to revert to its original logo after receiving massive negative feedback. Cracker Barrel said it's continuing to listen to its customers. The company told customers that if their favorite location hasn't been remodeled yet, then they don't need to worry because it won't be. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A Costa Mesa, California resident accused of registering her dog to vote in 2 elections is explaining herself.
Laura Lee Urex says she did it to expose flaws in California's voting system. Urex made her first court appearance on Tuesday. She was charged with 5 felonies last week after allegedly registering her dog Maya to vote in the 2021 and 2022 elections. The U.S. Department of Justice says the dog's vote was officially counted in the 2021 gubernatorial recall election, but was rejected in the 2022 primary election. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
2 pull starts end in a pull-off berth in Superfarm. Bypass gets back to its winning ways in Superstock Diesel. And while much was on the line, this year there's another course to the meal after Sandwich. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radar Report. The Twin Tracks in Sandwich, Illinois hosted the DeKalb County Fair Grand Nationals over 2 non-contiguous nights. Thursday was the traditional truck night, while Saturday provided the 2-session Tractor Day Gauntlet. Together they sent 25 Grand National competitors to the series finale, the Enderley Pull-Off. In Superstock Diesel 4x4 on Thursday, Shane Kellogg's Trump completed the bookend on a likely championship season. Winning for the first time since Hutchinson in early June, Kellogg's Dodge earned its sixth top 5 finish to extend its lead to 20 points, heading to the closest GM to his Forest, Ohio home. Jeremy Yeager's Trencher dug its way into the Enderley with a gutty third to pass the Funk brothers Funkin' Groovin' and edge out their Funkin' Movin'. At one point mid-class, the 3 trucks were tied for 4th. In Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel on Saturday, across afternoon and evening, Colin Ross's Triple Bypass McCormick is back to full health after a rough finish to Bowling Green. It'll have to be for the marathon that awaits next Saturday, namely competition against both its fellow diesels and also the Superstock Opens in just one session. His sandwich performances provided Ross's 6th and 7th wins this year after a 10-win campaign in 2024 ended in his 4th GN championship. In High Torque Super Farm, the 3-hook winning streak of Gary Chevink's new attitude was snapped, but the 2022 champion finally overtook the standings lead with a 4th and a 6th. That came at the expense of season-long leader Brooke H. Ferris, whose assorted nuts fell to 3rd behind Dan Schulte's Binder Express. At the fringe of Enderley contention, Lee Bunce's Press On needed to be toe-started in both sessions, but won the first to claw its way to 5th and punch its ticket to the pull-off by just 3 points. In Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, the top seat drama has been over for more than a month, with Loud and Heavy and Loud and Heavy X putting double-digit points between each other and the rest of the field. But a trend has emerged, that of Mack trailer tractors climbing the standings with strong finishes. Piloted this weekend by James Ray, Mack Nasty won the afternoon session, and the scorching hot Mack Daddy took a 3rd before claiming the evening session for its 3rd victory in 4 hooks. The Brown family's Green with Envy rallied from a bad weekend in Canton to will their way into their first Enderley with a 50-point day in Illinois. And in Modified, Brandon Simon had an afternoon to remember and a night to forget. His 4-engine Simon Says won by 30 feet in the Sandwich Sunshine to clinch the division lead heading to the Enderley. But in the nighttime session, driveline breakage drew his closest challenger, Bill Leichner's returning champion Dirt Slinger, back within reach of a title. Fellow qualifier Dylan Owens had himself a day, following a second to Simon with a 25-foot win of his own. On the other end, heartbreak for Steve Bunnage, whose Takes a Lickin' used up an engine and fell just 1 point outside the 5th place cutoff. So we're down to this. Saturday, September 13th, Champaign County Fairgrounds. All the All-Stars from over 45 events on the regional national circuit, and all the contenders for 13 Grand National Championships. The 38th annual Enderley Pull-Off will be like none before it, but it's still one run and done. Tickets at allstarpull.com, live stream at Full Pull Live, and live results at ntpapull.com and the NTPA mobile app. Before the attention turns to Urbana, we've got the Allegan County Fair Pull in Michigan on Tuesday. Check the site or the app for details. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, another hour off and rolling here on a, Thursday. A weekend just around the corner. Of course, 11th day of September. All right, Vic, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there. That part that was played on the news break there where that, what do they call them, Cold Pink or something? I'd seen that earlier on the TV there where they were pretty close to Trump, and they were commenting about there were snake knives and everything available there. But the thing that caught my attention, they were calling him a Hitler and to free Palestine. Well, that shows you how little education that they have, because Palestine used to be ran by a guy by, I think it was Mustafa. And whenever, before Israel was formed, Mustafa had been a general in Hitler's army, and there's plenty of pictures, and they realized of him in his Nazi uniform and meeting with Hitler. So it just that's what I was talking about. I don't know what these places are doing anymore, but they're doing very little educating. And I know at one time all the land grant colleges, you had to take at least 2 years of ROTC, Reserve Officer Training Corps, because Abraham Lincoln got it started with the land grant colleges because he had such a poor quality of officers in the Civil War. And of course, you can take the final 2 years and come out with the commission. But they back in the 60s, they set out to get all those things shut down across college campuses. And somehow, some way, you no longer have that requirement if you go to a land-grant college that you have to take at least 2 years of ROTC. So they were successful in that. And well, as long as that was on campus, there were people that were getting educated, and they were learning a lot of the different stuff that I think the indoctrination people did not want the college students to be aware of all that. Just as a side note, that's what brought on the Kent State shooting. They wanted to burn down the ROTC thing up there, that what they used to call it Nazi ROTC, and they wanted to burn down the ROTC building and wanted it off the Kent State campus. And you all know pretty well the rest of the story, except nobody can explain how live ammo got there. But I don't know but live ammo was put in there instead of the blanks with the riot control stuff. And I can't. It's hard for me to believe that the people didn't know what they were loading in their guns. But I understand where the guards are just, they were absolutely frustrated and aggravated. That could have easily happened. But the big thing is that today, it just amazes me. It's like they're hell-bent to destroy America as it should exist and was founded to exist. And the students are one thing, but how can the professors that are supposed to be educated have more degrees than a thermometer, and they're supposed to know how to research things? How in the world, what's their excuse? I mean, do they not know how to analyze a problem or study history or anything of this nature? So all I can say is, Paul Harvey, he used to always say the rest of the story. Mm-hmm. And I think Charlie Kirk was one of those guys that he was getting the college students together and attract them and say, well, let me tell you the whole story or something of that nature. I never did, like I say, I never did watch him, and I don't know how he did with the debates, but I think, they showed a few clips tonight to where he was taking people on one-on-one, and you could see that the student or whomever he was, debating, it's like, well, gee, nobody ever told me that kind of expression on their face.
Yeah.
So I think Charlie Kirk, somebody, whether it was big money or whatever, it's like, hey, he's keeping the MAGA movement going. We have to do something about this because we may not be able to shut it down. And I was mentioning about we have all these other people that are spending government money. And I remember when they came out with that faith-based initiative, I wasn't for that. It's really part of a group that was against it. And then Barack Obama comes along and he says, well, we need to expend that to non-profit groups. So we're sending money to a lot of these various groups. We don't know where the money's really winding up or, who it's benefiting. So we might be financing a lot of this stuff on ourselves. And the MAGA movement was starting to look into that. Like I said, the waste, fraud, and abuse thing. And that's why I hope they can get this Doge thing going, and I believe that'll answer a whole lot of problems. So with that, I'll just let you go there, Steve.
Thank you very much, Vic. Have a great morning. So, some of the news updates. There was a suspect in custody. Then a suspect was released. There was another suspect in custody. Then that suspect released. There's a manhunt. FBI Director Kash Patel had cited this past day. The suspect in custody has been released after interrogation, so the investigation continues. In an earlier post, he had cited the subject was in custody. So, Bo Mason, commissioner of the Utah Department of Public Safety, said at a news conference this past evening, the suspected shooter was spotted on top of a building behind the crowd through closed-circuit television footage. Video clips circulating via social media show a person running on the rooftop behind the crowd after the shooting. Now, Mason said the only information we have on the suspect, the shooter, is taken from the closed-circuit television here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it's security camera footage, if you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know the suspect was dressed in all dark clothing. We do not have a much better description other than that. University spokesperson said Charlie was struck about 20 minutes after he began speaking on campus. The assailant fired from the Lossie Center, a building about 200 yards away. He was taken away by his security team after being shot in the neck. So there was a large crowd there. You heard the crack that sounded like a gunshot. Yeah, there is video that shows Charlie's head jerking back and just slumping to the ground. All right. Now, there are some other videos that are graphic to the point to where you could not post them on the likes of Facebook. I don't know about YouTube, but almost akin to the Ukrainian girl that had been stabbed in the neck the other day, bleeding out. When that shot hit his neck, there's video of the blood just gushing. It was a fatal shot. All right, back to the calls after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, well, let's head on down to the Sunshine State. And good morning, Philip.
Morning, Steve. How y'all doing today?
Doing all right. Have you been getting a lot of rain down there? They've been talking about possible flooding all week, but I mean, every night when I come in, I'm not really seeing much on the radar.
Yeah, we've been getting quite a bit. We've had a low pressure system that's been over us. It's moving down south now, so a lot of that rain is going to be down in South Florida today. But we've been getting quite a bit. The atmosphere is coming back in moisture, So I mean, we're hopefully going to be drying out the next couple of days, and then going in the beginning of next week will be a little bit dry. But things are going to be picking back up. I mean, we're already looking at stuff coming off Africa. And moisture that's down in the Caribbean and whatnot. You know, Steve, yesterday was a kind of a pivotal day for states in general. Did you hear about the deal with Florida and the Supreme Court with the open carry rules?
Obviously, with Charlie Kirk kind of dominating the headlines, I did not catch that. What's it about?
Well, there was a case that went to the Supreme Court that they ruled that the Florida open, well, we don't have open carry here. We got a ban on it. And we have constitutional carry down here, but they ruled it unconstitutional. So they don't know what the future for open carry is going to be in the state of Florida, because if it's ruled that, then possibly it could come back for open carry down here. So it's going to be something that we need to pay attention to. I know we got a lot of stuff going on with the Charlie Kirk situation. You know, Steve, it's amazing that, you know, the things you can see in today's set up with social media, you know, Facebook and YouTube and all those guys banned a lot of things, but, you know, I'm walking out to the car with a buddy of mine, and he's just like, he was a big Charlie Kirk fan, and he's just beat down, and I said, what's going on? And he showed me the video. I mean, it was the full video, graphic, very graphic video, and I tell you what, whoever made that shot, that was a precision shot. I mean, we seen what happened with President Trump. They tried to assassinate him, and you know, that just goes to show how somebody blunders. But with that shot that this guy had, whoever did that was a pretty precise shot to hit that area, and that was no amateur like the guy that tried to assassinate President Trump. You know, so, I mean, I feel for Charlie Kirk's family right now, and, you know, they're in our thoughts and prayers. But, man, that was, I seen that video, and I about wanted to vomit. I hated saying it that way, but it about made me sick. What's your feelings with it?
That's exactly what I was talking about a few moments ago. I saw that, you know, the graphic one, and it's just, it runs chills down your spine.
It really does. You know, a long time ago, and this is way back in the 80s, I saw you know, mom and dad thought it was cool that we got cable television and we had CNN. And they showed this administrator from Pennsylvania. He was one of the treasurers of the state of Pennsylvania, I believe, who he committed suicide on at the podium, and it was on live TV. And since seeing stuff like that, you know, that's when it kind of touches you. You know, It's like, dude, this is pretty bad stuff. I mean, even with this young lady, on this Metro tram the other day, you know, there's a lot of video that's out there that can be, you know, that's not just me looking at that. Think about how many kids. There's probably how many kids have access to X. I mean, I know that a lot of the younger folks deal with Facebook and Twitch and different things like that, but still, I mean, you have a lot at your hands in these telephones. You know, even Rumble. You can see that kind of stuff in Rumble. You know, there's a lot of that graphic stuff. And makes you wonder, you know, about it. You know, I mean, should it be regulated or governed? I don't know, but, you know, it's just something it's tough to take. I mean, I showed it to my wife yesterday, and she's like, that's on X right now? And I said, yeah, it's still on X. And that was like 4 hours after it happened. It was still up on X. It's still there, probably still there right now if you look at all the Charlie Kirk stuff that's on X and you scroll down on it. So, yeah, people have a lot of things available to them in their hand when they're holding that phone and looking at things. So, and you need to think about that when you got that to your young children, you know. You know, it's not something I would want a young child to see. But what'd you think, Steve, about that deal in Poland with the drones in Poland?
Well,
you think that's going to put a bad taste in?
That's what we had not yet got to that, but yeah, I mean, they went to Article 4, one step away from Article 5 in NATO. I mean, Are we one step closer to World War III?
You know, it's funny how things happen that way. You know, and you don't see any, like, Russia saying, well, we're sorry, that stuff got out of hand and it got over into you guys' place. You didn't see it. You haven't seen any of that, have you, Steve? I mean, that's what makes me question about it. You know, usually when something like that happens, like there have been cases in the Ukraine war where stuff has happened in Poland, and Russia stepped up. But there was no apologetic stuff on this one.
Right.
You know?
And Russia's actually
and it makes you wonder.
Russia's trying to say that it's a false flag attack. That Ukraine did it, trying to drag NATO in. And you got to wonder.
Yeah, I mean it's like, who do you believe? I mean, could Ukraine get some of the Russian drones? You know, they see enough of their equipment there, they could disguise it, put it over in there. Yeah, that could happen. But, you know, Russia needs to step up more to the plate if they're really, you know, if they're really sincere that, hey, they didn't mean to do anything, it was an accident. There should be a little bit more of, you know, that brought into the equation.
Yeah.
It's not being brought into it. You know, and, you know, it's just like the deal with Qatar. We don't know what's going on with Qatar. You know, it's one of those deals, you know, but that there, man, NATO, you hate NATO, and that's not cool. And by the way, your little alien story, it bounced off the TV too last night. I seen that, with that missile deal, that UFO or whatever y'all call them nowadays.
Yeah, whatever that orb was, and the Reaper missile just kind of bouncing off of it. No impact. All right. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Political activist and media personality Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at a Turning Point rally at Utah Valley University near Provo. Former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz was at the event.
I was watching Charlie. I can't say that I saw blood. I can't say that I saw him get hit, but I did see him fall immediately backwards into his left.
Video posted on social media shows Kirk being shot in the neck during a Q&A with students. A suspect is now in custody. Charlie Kirk, dead at 31. At Evergreen High School near Denver, 2 students are in critical condition and a third is stable following a shooting on campus. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Department says the male suspect has been hospitalized. Investigators are searching his home, social media, and school locker for answers. A 4th person was injured as well while fleeing the scene. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Kind of a breaking story right there in our final hour as we were closing things out Wednesday morning in regards to, are we one step closer to World War III? As we were chatting with Philip about, and I'll give you the latest because I had this beside me to get to at some point. We knew that the word had come down. NATO airspace was violated by, they say, a huge number of Russian drones, according to the Prime Minister of Poland, as he triggered NATO's Article 4, while the alliance's militaries directly shot down Russian UAVs for the first time. He stated last night the Polish airspace was violated. As he addressed the nation's parliament Wednesday morning, telling the assembly this is not our war. This is not just a war for Ukrainians. This is a confrontation that Russia has declared on the entire world. Now, Tusk said 3 or 4 of the 19 drones which entered NATO airspace posed a threat and were shot down. It was stated that others came down by other causes, including running out of fuel, and the Polish military is searching for remains, asking the public to remain vigilant and report and find wreckage immediately. In some cases, the drones crossed into Polish airspace from Ukraine airspace, with the Ukrainian Air Force stating it had detected 8 drones overflying its territory and heading towards Poland. Others flew directly into Poland from Russia's lockstep ally Belarus, which lies to its northeast and occupies some historic Polish territory lost in the 20th century. No injuries or fatalities in Poland, but some property damage was recorded, including a home, which a local press said had its roof blown off. 4 airports in Poland's east were closed overnight. The prime minister told his parliament this was not because a threat had been identified to the airports themselves, but because the military needed clear skies for an intensive all-night operation. Airports reopened Wednesday after the military operation concluded. Tusk called the incursion into Polish airspace an unprecedented violation and stated most likely we're witnesses to a large-scale provocation. This is the first time Russian drones have been shot down over the territory of a NATO country. Now, invoking Article 4, this is not the better-known Article 5. That's the one that activates obligations for collective defense from all NATO members, which would include us. But Article 4, that's one that triggers what they call a consultation process per NATO itself. Any member country can formally invoke Article 4. As soon as it is invoked, the issue is discussed and can potentially lead to some sort of joint decision or action on behalf of the alliance. Whatever the scenario, fellow members sitting around the council table are encouraged to react to a situation brought to their attention by a member country. Now, before this past day, Article 4 has been activated like 7 different times in the past, most recently in 2022, at the very beginning of Russia's renewed invasion of Ukraine. Tusk stated that ground defense systems were activated, several aircraft types were scrambled from the Polish Air Force, modern Western equipment, including F-35, F-16, and Black Hawk helicopters, were airborne. All right, what else we have? Let's see. Moscow itself, they say, has not commented on the events of the night whatsoever. Still, Russian state media has reported some drones were shot down over Poland overnight and repeatedly emphasized that the origin of the drones has yet to be proven. The BBC noted that Moscow media also suggested that the claim that far from being Russian drones over Poland, the aircraft were in fact a Ukrainian false flag attack intended to draw NATO into the conflict. So that's kind of where things stand, but yeah, who do you believe? There you go. Welcome back, Philip.
Well, the thing that gets me is, in the drop of a hat, they had F-16s up in the air, they had F-35s, they had Patriot missile batteries from Germany that were stationed in Poland that were involved with it.
Yep.
Nonetheless, probably the ones that we have over there, we have a Patriot battery that's over there too that was put in when Ukraine started the war with Russia. And I mean, that war started with those guys. You know, so I mean, there's a lot of stuff over there in Poland that's there. That's our stuff. It's everybody's stuff. You know, that's protecting Poland.
Mm-hmm.
And Belarus, I don't know. Those guys, they're kind of. I mean, I know they're taking Russia's side. Excuse me. And that's a weird relationship there between those two countries, and it's a crazy one. And you know, I'm surprised that they haven't got more into Ukraine with Russia, because those two countries are very close to each other, but strange relationship diplomatically. So it's just things we got to watch. Dave in our prayers. We know who Dave is. All of us that listened to Steve for a long time, and
Yes.
Bigby and all those guys. I mean, you know, I want to keep him in the deal. And my condolences to his family and friends. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me. Y'all have a safe day. Thank
All
you.
right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Have a great morning. Let's see what Eagle has happening. What's going on, Eagle? Good morning.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm doing all right. Yeah, you listen. Listen, Steve, man. Hey, this deal here, man. You know, I've talked for you for a long time, and every time we have a shooting, I tell you, I think we don't seen it all, man. You don't see people get shot in churches, schools, banks, train stations, you name it. The list goes on and on and on of places where people have been shot in America. So I figured I had seen it all. I guess, but I guess not. As I'm driving today, I'm listening to the radio, and a news break comes on. That's what the hell's going on now. And they announced that this guy's been shot. So I keep on driving. You know, I'm saying, well, you know, maybe he'll. You know, I hadn't seen the video. I said, well, maybe he'll be okay. In about an hour or so, they come on and say the guy's dead. Okay. Then tonight I get to the truck stop and I finally get a chance to look at the video. And the video is something that you've never seen. You know, if a person has never seen an individual get shot, well, you can actually see this. It is not good. It's not a good sight. Not good at all. And so that's where we at right now in America. Basically, no place is safe. Now, I told you way back last year when Donald Trump got killed, outdoor events, I don't care who you are, if you are anybody that's in the limelight, and especially if you are a MAGA or anybody that's socialite, you need to have some type of protection and security. That guy, he should have had the bulletproof glass around him like Donald Trump had at his rallies last year after he got shot. Nobody needs to do outdoor events no more, Steve. I'm talking about top people. If you even a top Democrat or top Republican, it's too dangerous nowadays. If you're gonna do an outdoor event, speaking event, you need to have some type of protection, a glass surrounding you or something to where a sniper or whoever can't get to you when you're still putting your life in jeopardy. This is a dangerous situation right now. And the scary part about the whole deal is this guy's still on the loose as we speak. And from what, judging by these clowns, and that's what they sound like with clowns, these guys at the police department out there in Utah where this incident took place. These guys here, they don't know what they're doing. They got two things going on. Cash Patel, it's an embarrassing situation what they had going on. Right before they had the news conference, they had announced that they had a suspect in custody. Cash Patel had announced that. Then the police come out on the damn stage and say that they don't have nobody in custody. They got a man that they questioning, but he's not the shooter. That didn't look good at all. That didn't look good for the FBI, Cash Patel, or the police. So for people, people are wondering as this guy talk, what the hell are you talking about? Cash Patel say you got a man in custody, and then he comes out and says no. So as of tonight, as far as I know, this guy's still on the loose. And the sad part about it is, you know, it's not the police fault. It does sound like they don't even have a description of him because this guy might have been dressed in all black, a ninja outfit. He might have had his head covered. Somebody claims that they seen him on the roof in laying down, you know, in the position with the scope. He had to have a scope and a rifle to do this deal to shoot from that distance. Somebody claims I seen a picture of a guy laying down on his stomach. And then what's this guy's name? Alex Jones. He claims that he puts a video out saying that he's getting a video of a man running after the shooting took place. Who this guy is, I don't know. So as of tonight, we don't know who this individual is and where he's at. He could be anywhere right now. You know, he's at 10, 12, 15 hours to get the hell out of town or whatever he's going to do. So that's the scary part about this whole situation. If you're in politics or something like that, you got to worry about this man still being on the loose. So hopefully they can get him apprehended. I hope Donald Trump, and you know, he was friends with Trump, to do everything he can to get this, help him get the FBI, get whoever they need to find out who this guy. Because nobody deserves to die like that. What the rhetoric, we've been talking about this for a long time, Steve. The rhetoric should have been turned down after Donald Trump got shot the first time. We about this crazy talk that the left does You got too many dangerous people out there, too many guns, and too many sickos out there to be talking like that. Somebody was eventually going to get hurt, and now we got somebody dead. It's not the first time a politician got killed this year. Just in Minnesota, people got killed in their own home. Just because you're in politics and nobody agrees, nobody deserves to lose their life just because you don't agree with another individual. They're taking it too far now. They're taking it way too far. So what I think now, Steve, Donald Trump, he's making the laws and the rules. He needs to make a law now that anybody that takes a pop shot at a politician or anybody involved, it's automatic death penalty. No court date, no going through the trial deal, no none of the nothing. No, you just like they doing this guy on the train in Charlotte, automatic death penalty. You want to take a pop shot at a politician, then you need to suffer severe consequences, and because you need to think about what you're doing before you do something like that. Because this man was a family man. We got a wife out there now, and a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old without a father. And that's not good. That's not a good situation. Whether you like the guy or not, nobody deserves to die like that. And all I can say before I go to bed tonight, hopefully they capture this man that did the shooting. And I'm gonna repeat myself one more time. When they do catch up with him, I hope they give him the death penalty, because that's what he gave that guy today on that stage, was the death penalty. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, we'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit TEL360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Off there about 10 before the hour. Early on a Thursday. So right on the heels of the deadly U-turn crash there in Florida a few weeks ago, a motorist dash cam captured pretty much the same thing. A semi-truck's U-turn on a crossover that seems eerily similar. This particular video was filmed on US 23 southbound near Circleville, Ohio. In the video, a semi attempts a U-turn at a crossover on the highway, blocking the lanes of travel as he waits to try and safely enter the other side. A pickup truck just behind the tractor trailer then has to slam on the brakes and drive into the crossover himself to avoid a potential horrific situation. Yeah, the pickup truck then throws it in reverse to get back onto the highway and waits as the semi eventually finds a safe moment to get out of the northbound side of the highway. The pickup truck driver then throws up a choice finger, obviously, at the trucker before driving away, but happens every day out there, right? Even in light of all the national media attention, just can't help but wonder who was behind the wheel of that particular semi. But let me see. What's going on with... hello, Scratch and McGroin.
Good morning, Steve. Man, a lot going on, buddy. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about Tom Bigby. Of course, Charlie Kirk, but on a lighter note, early this past morning, I tried to send you a link to the Benny show concerning the Charlotte stabbing, and but also some levity in there. Every Wednesday, he opens up with the Camels. Did you receive that?
No, like the hump day. Hey, Mike.
Yeah. He has a meme artist that that does.
Right.
Well, it just looks like a video of them, but they're animated camels. It's pretty good. Yeah. I thought you'd get a kick out of that. I'm sorry you didn't get it. I'm not all techie on this side, but okay. But yeah, Charlie Kirk, that is a terrible deal. Seen all that, but I don't know. Today's information will get more in depth, I suppose. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I won't keep you. I just before all the tragedies came out, like I said, I wanted to add a little levity and send you that meme with the camels, but okay.
Well, I appreciate.
Well, that's about all I had, Steve.
All right. Well, hey,
okay,
thanks for chiming in. Have a good day. Safe out there. We did hear from Big John a bit earlier, who said, "Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Let us never forget the anniversary of September 11. So many people lost their lives. So many people's life changed in a split second. Let's keep those in our prayers. Let's keep in mind we've got to tell each other we love one another every day. And obviously be safe out there. Have a safe weekend when it gets here, because it's just around the corner." Thank you very much, Big John. All right, we've cleared out the lines at 844-844-3388. Last week we had shared the comments, I guess you'd call it the wish list from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association as far as what they would like to see included in the next highway bill coming up next year. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters has now submitted their wish list. Policy goals they'd like to see in the next highway bill reauthorization, which includes plans to oppose changes to hours of service rules and restrictions on emerging autonomous vehicle regulations. The Teamsters say we oppose efforts to weaken federal hours of service protections or to provide additional flexibility to states or other entities to waive or otherwise modify hours of service requirements, as these regulations remain a key component to combating fatigue among drivers. Recognizing that the Trump administration is beginning to lay the groundwork for the adoption of automated cars and heavy trucks, The Teamsters is pushing Congress to use the opportunity to enact legislation which establishes a binding safety framework for autonomous vehicles and also consider the impacts on the workforce, including creating a new autonomous vehicle standard for vehicle inspections required by the FMCSA, including roadside and pre-trip inspections, requiring that any human responsible for any level of operations or oversight over autonomous vehicles be subject to all FMCSA regulations, including commercial driver licensing and hours of service. We do have some of those autonomous vehicles rolling in Texas that actually do not have a licensed CDL holder in them, trying to babysit, as they say. We want to prohibit fully automated driver-out operations while hauling hazardous materials, which makes sense. And we'll get to some of the others on the list coming up here, but I'm looking at the clock. News break just ahead. And we'll plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Learn more at tell360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions.
Eliminator.
Stick performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Political activist and media personality Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at a Turning Point rally at Utah Valley University near Provo. Former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz was at the event.
I was watching Charlie. I can't say that I saw blood. I can't say that I saw him get hit, but I did see him fall immediately backwards into his left.
Video posted on social media shows Kirk being shot in the neck during a Q&A with students. A suspect is now in custody.
As soon as the shot rang out, everybody hit the deck, and then everybody started scattering and yelling and screaming, as you might imagine.
Charlie Kirk dead at 31. At Evergreen High School near Denver, 2 students are in critical condition and a third is stable following a shooting on campus. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Department says the male suspect has been hospitalized.
All shootings occurred on school grounds, some inside, some outside.
Investigators are searching his home, social media, and school locker for answers. A 4th person was injured as well while fleeing the scene. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear arguments on whether President Trump's global tariffs are legal.
The focus of the arguments will be on Trump using a law meant for times of emergency to impose tariffs without the help of Congress. Trump wants the justices to overturn a lower court ruling from last month that said he had gone above his authority by imposing the tariffs. The Supreme Court says it will hear the arguments in November. Until then, the tariffs will stay in place. I'm Monica Nelson.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 220 points. The S&P 500 rose by 19 points, and the Nasdaq gained 6 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A recent Amber Alert arrest in California suggests the crime was a family affair.
Sunday morning around 11, a 1-year-old baby was snatched from its mother's arms at knife point outside a Target store in the city of Industry. An Amber Alert was issued. 8 hours later, the baby's 20-year-old father and his parents, the baby's grandparents, were arrested in Winslow, Arizona. They're back in L.A. now, and L.A. County prosecutors are considering filing multiple criminal charges against the 3, including kidnapping and assault with a deadly weapon. I'm Jim Roop.
Democratic Florida Congressman Jerry Moskowitz is accusing the government of lying about the unexplained aerial phenomenon.
During a House Oversight Subcommittee hearing, Moskowitz said he doesn't know what's true, but noted that
we are definitely being lied to. There's just no doubt about that.
The hearing featured military veterans who shared their stories of encounters with UAPs and included never-before-seen video from last year of an alleged sighting off the coast of Yemen. According to Moskowitz, the veterans' impeccable records make it difficult for the government to continue to obscure the public's knowledge regarding the occurrences. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Mexican cuisine and Latin American flavors are being showcased this week in the Des Moines Metro.
20 restaurants in the Des Moines Metro are offering special menus that showcase their cultural heritage as part of the Iowa Latino Restaurant Week. Dishes from various countries like Mexico, Peru, and Ecuador are featured during the event, which is designed to expose people to culinary traditions of Latin America. Latino Restaurant Week runs through Sunday. I'm Eva Basinger.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, welcome as we Just over the midnight hour on the West Coast. 24th anniversary, 11th day of September. Does not seem like 24 years have passed, does it? Because every anniversary, it seems so fresh on the mind. But great to have you along for the ride, of course. Continuing with the latest on the developments surrounding the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Did not take long for one, what they call political analyst, to lose his job. MSNBC fired Matthew Dowd as the news was breaking, suggesting hateful rhetoric from Turning Point USA's co-founder Charlie Kirk. His hateful rhetoric is what caused his assassination. Now, the network had previously denounced Dowd's comments on social media. I guess the initial post said, during our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. That was a statement from MSNBC's president. We apologize for his statements. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise. A spokesperson for MSNBC declined to comment. Dowd joining MSNBC in 2022 after a long stint at ABC News. But after the news broke this past day, Dowd suggested it was caused by a chain reaction from Charlie's hateful words against various groups. Charlie, a leading conservative, of course, dying from the injury. Before the news that Charlie had actually passed, initially the word was he was hospitalized in critical condition, but before the news that he was dead, Dowd told MSNBC's Katie Tur, we don't know any of the full details of this yet. We don't know if it was actually a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration. But Dowd said Kirk has been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who's constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. I think that's the environment we're in, that the people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place. In other words, Charlie got what was coming his way. Obviously, he had crossed the line even for the left of the left. I mean, meanwhile, out there you see, I'm seeing photographs of some of these whacked out lefties holding up signs. There was one guy in, I believe it was Portland. It was either Portland or Seattle, holding up a sign that says, Charlie Kirk shot. Hell yeah. Celebrating his demise, essentially. And you're seeing some of that on social media as well. It just goes to show, I don't know how sick some individuals are. I don't care who you are. If you agree with my sentiments, if you're a left, if you're a right, if you're an independent, we all don't necessarily agree on things. But no one, I wouldn't celebrate the death of even anyone on the far left. If something were to occur with AOC, I'm not going to celebrate. That's demented. It's sick. But ultimately, I guess Dowd tried to kind of backtrack on social media, say, I apologize for my tone and my words. I in no way intended for my comments to blame Kirk for his horrendous attack. Let's all come together and condemn violence of any kind, but it was too late. All right, on the 5, I guess that was discussed this past evening. Dowd should be fired immediately. I expect him to be terminated within 24 hours. You cannot say Charlie deserved to die. You just can't say that. And I hope he loses his job. That was Jesse Waters on the 5 this past evening. So think before you speak. Once the words come out of your mouth, you can't take them back. Yeah, Charlie Kirk was a true conservative. Yeah, he was anti-abortion. He would debate with those on the left. He would debate with supporters of abortion. He would question, well, why is it right to kill a baby? And those were the sort of things that he talked about. He spoke truth. He supported the union of a male and a female, a man and a woman when it comes to marriage. He did not support the LGBTQRST movement, stating that a man is a man and a woman, is a woman. You cannot change that at will. Those were and obviously for those on the left, they feel like that sort of, you can't say those sort of things. Obviously, someone felt he deserved to die. Yeah, for speaking in that manner. That's where it stands. Good morning, Horse Feathers.
If you say so. I usually just say morning, but if
I should just say morning. Yeah, morning.
Four-letter.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to insist on that other four-letter word in there, you just keep up with them four-letter words. Next thing you'll be doing is using the S word. But anyway. Well, I don't know if I can do any more than what pretty much everybody else has already done this morning.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with the passing of Tom, I mean, that's, I guess we kind of knew that was probably going to be the outcome sometime in the future, but hoped it wouldn't be so soon. What a good individual to have lost that way. And, I never got to meet him in person. Just got to talk to him there on the radio platform there on the weekends there.
Mm-hmm.
But what a honest, upstanding, very always wanting to know the other person's opinion and willing to allow them to express that. So it was a great radio host and certainly appeared to be a great person for what we understand about him.
He made me laugh. He had very quick wit. Funny guy, very, very witty.
Yep. I do remember that too. It was a very his shows, when he either filled in for you or doing the weekends, his shows pass by quickly. I mean, it's like, if you talk to somebody on the phone while you're riding down the road, you kind of, I hate to say, you don't pay attention to where you are, but you just ride down the road and the mileposts just go by and you don't realize they're going by. And that was the type of, characteristic that he had, that he passed along, so that, it was just that type of thing. Then it was just always a good show to listen to. Anyway, so yeah, Charlie Kirk, I guess you guys have got pretty much that all handled. I mean, once you said that, I mean, you're talking 200 yards for the shot. You're talking more, I believe, more of the professional,
right.
A qualified sniper. Now, I don't know. Have you gotten into Google yet? Because Modern Marvels did a thing a while back there about snipers, and the longest shot, the longest verified kill from a sniper, and it's pretty astronomical how far a qualified sniper can actually have range in to have an exact kill shot. I mean, I know somebody that came out of the Marine Corps that was good for 1,000 yards, and just that's what they did. I mean, it's their skill and was to be able to do sniper shots, and as I say, they were qualified at 1,000 yards with the weapon they used. As Pappy was saying, it's not just your regular 30-06 or your, what round, with a typical AR, a 308 is a decent round, but it was probably more on the lines of a 223 or a 222. It's a very, very small precision bullet that is, number one, isn't affected aerodynamically very much, but also isn't affected as much by gravity, because you have to calculate both of those once you start getting any type of range that you're trying to cover, because there even on the tiniest little bullet, there's gravitational pull, and you actually have to calculate into your range, your shot, what that is, and then if you're shooting from elevation, that's another calculation to put in. So it's not just somebody that knows how to fire a rifle, and hey, you talk about a 30-06. I can knock a deer down at 100 yards with a 30-06, no problem. I mean, done it many a times. But what that is that's a whole nother type of shooting. So anyway, I guess to get on to what today is, I kind of touched on it last night, and you've been on it today, the 9/11. So you went over the numbers there, and of course the number that sticks with me is the 343 for the FDNY. But that was just on the day. And the New York Post put out a couple days ago cover story of a grim tally, and from 9/11 and all the issues caused by 9/11, which is mostly cancer, they're talking nearly 50,000, have been linked to that cancer from that. Now, I don't remember the exact number, but somewhere we're either approaching or have passed. More people have died from after 9/11 from being there or at the Fresh Kills landfill, working the site or working the pile there in downtown Manhattan, that actually died on the day of 9/11. So the thing is this that one incident, this isn't just done on 9/11 2001. It's a continuous thing that goes on, and I mean, there's funerals all the time for FDNY and NYPD and Metro Transit officers, and the medical people and the citizens of the city of New York and New Jersey that were affected by the whole dust cloud that was full of asbestos and everything else. So that's continuing on, and of course, we got the whole thing here in Washington from the Pentagon, the people that were lost there, and of course the people that were on Flight 93 that actually finally found out what was going on and realized their plane wasn't going where it was supposed to, and figured out where it was going to be attempted to be taken, which I believe that target was going to be the White House, if I remember correctly. That was the one, I think, major conclusion that everybody came up with. But anyways, to have those passengers actually sacrifice themselves and actually take the plane down. So if anybody has never been to Shanksville, Pennsylvania to see the memorial for Flight 93, I mean, there's a lot of places that suggest to go in this country to see things. And, Washington, D.C. should be a stop. But Shanksville, Pennsylvania is a very, very moving place. And if you have the opportunity traveling through Western Pennsylvania or somewhere close to there that you can take, I would say, a minimum of 4 hours, if not a good part of the day to spend there, that it's definitely well worth going to, and seeing seeing what went on. The way the whole thing is set up is very, very intriguing. That the way they designed it, because you're actually, when you come into it, you actually walk in the direction that the flight came into when it went down, and you actually get to look down through the field area where the plane came down from, where you start into the memorial, and then the walk goes the whole way, and there's things written about it and the people all the way down through there. So it's a very, very different style memorial, but it's just one of those things that we have in this country, that if you have the opportunity and, you know, get the chance, or if you're looking for something, you know, I know like Santa Claus there comes across the country every now and then and asks for suggestions of things to do. I mean, I definitely would put that on one of the lists. That, you know, it's not that hard to get to. It's not that hard to get in and out of, compared to what, you know, kind of it is to get in and out of Washington, D.C., and, you know, the security part and all that. And if you're trying to go to New York to see the memorial there where the towers were, I mean, it's not that it's impossible to get there, but it's a bit of a challenge. I mean, you have to get in the city and figure out how you're getting in the city, whether you're riding public transportation or whether you're going to actually try to find a parking spot down there, and then getting around. So, but as I say, of the three locations, that's probably one of the easiest ones to get in and out of. And as I say, you can pretty much spend close to a day there if you wanted to.
Wow.
But other than that, I don't know what else we got going. Had rain off and on since, I don't know, 6 o'clock yesterday morning. Whatever this low is off the coast that doesn't want to go away, it keeps pushing back in. And it's kind of crazy. I was riding down the eastern shore. It was totally dry. I get back across onto the mainland. I've been fighting raindrops, misty rain, raindrops, misty rain, and it's just been crazy up and down there. One thing I forgot, I just remembered. I have to apologize to everybody on southbound 95. If you're in Virginia, southbound 95, the whole road was at a dead stop at the 160 mile marker, 160. I'm sorry, I got off on this other thing here, and I meant to say that first. I'm bad. Shame on me. But as I say, the 160 mile marker. So if you're getting down there towards the Woodbridge, Virginia, going south on 95, either pull your sandwich out or see if you can get off and run around on US 1 there. You might be able to, if you can get over to US 1, you can get around there some. But other than that, Your Honor, I guess on the solemn day that this is, we'll just let you go with that, and we'll try to get a hold of you tomorrow on, hey, it's going to be Casual Friday, isn't it?
It will indeed be. Yep. Hopefully a better day. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. See what Pup has going on. What's going on, Pup?
Oh, I don't know. That guy can talk regular on the phone, but he can stutter a half an hour on your radio show. But I was getting ready on 9/11 20 years ago. I was getting ready to go out and spray weeds. Had the tank all mixed up and everything, and I had the radio on in the shop, and they announced that first plane, so I put everything down, went in and watched the TV, and I didn't get any spraying done that day, Steve. I was sitting there glued to the TV.
Right.
But, hey, do you have any, I mean, I hate it that it's overshadowed by Charlie Kirk, but do you have any updates on those kids from the high school? And what was the other thing? Oh, yeah. There's three weird things about Charlie Kirk's deal. Now, I wondered if Pappy's listening, maybe pass this on. But, you know, he usually always set ground level with everybody. His security team made it that way, so there wasn't any higher points. Well, this was different because everybody was layered, you know, like bleacher seating, but it was all natural ground the way it looked to me on the thing, and then the buildings there in the back. But the one thing I find very funny, and maybe Pappy thinks this is full of crap or whatever, I love NCIS, and I was thinking about this. You know, they were 20 minutes into that debate and everything until the next person got up and asked a question. Do you know what that question was, Steve?
I do not.
Well, I'll paraphrase. But it had something to do with the transgender and being mentally unstable and shooting and killing people in some shape or form that way.
Okay.
And as soon as they got done asking that question, that shot fired. So if I was an FBI agent, I think I would ask that person about that question and if they were associated with that shooter. I mean, doesn't that seem awful funny to you?
Absolutely. Kind of odd, but is it a coincidence?
Well, you know, I mean, I don't know, Steve. I mean, that's why, I mean, like I said, I threw my NCIS hat on, and I heard about that question earlier, and then I heard about the layout of the ground earlier, but the person, I can't say if it's a she or a he, asked that question. As soon as the question got done, bam, the shot fired. So, I don't know. It, like you said, it's just a bad day, and I watched plenty of Charlie Kirk's stuff, and I have never heard him say anything evil or hateful to anybody. Granted, he hated the sin, but loved the sinner.
Correct.
That's the way he looked at things. So, but I don't know. If Pappy's listening, maybe that would be something he could ask one of his FBI buddies about. Other than that, Steve, we're kicked back listening to you and having a good trip tonight. So,
all right. Thanks
Bye-bye.
for tuning us in there, pup. All right. Got a news break coming up here. Veterans save $750 on their lease deposit with Tell. Honor your service with a partner who supports you. Visit tell360.com to learn more.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Political activist and media personality Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at a Turning Point rally at Utah Valley University near Provo. Former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz was at the event.
I was watching Charlie. I can't say that I saw blood. I can't say that I saw him get hit, but I did see him fall immediately backwards and to his left.
Video posted on social media shows Kirk being shot in the neck during a Q&A with students. A suspect is now in custody. Charlie Kirk, dead at 31. At Evergreen High School near Denver, 2 students are in critical condition and a third is stable following a shooting on campus. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Department says the male suspect has been hospitalized. Investigators are searching his home, social media, and school locker for answers. A 4th person was injured as well while fleeing the scene. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, yeah, Pop asked about the high school shooting this past day. The student who opened fire, injuring two other students, died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. One student remained in critical condition. Another had non-life-threatening injuries. Sheriff said the shooter was 16 years old. Fired a revolver at students about 12:25 Wednesday. 3 students, including the shooter, were treated at Common Spirit St. Anthony Hospital. There was a 4th student that took themselves to the hospital, injuries sustained while escaping the school and fleeing to a nearby elementary school. So there's the update. 844-844-3388. Scrapyard joins us here. I should say morning Scrapyard.
Yeah, morning and all that. Today is my anniversary. I was my anniversary of becoming a Class A driver. Put out on the road with a company here in Arkansas, SRT, after completing training regimen, and sitting there in the orientation when everything happened. Later that afternoon, I was on a truck headed for New York. But this Charlie Kirk situation that with that shooter going on, that the world record long-range shot was set in 22 by Humphreys and Austin from Nomad Rifleman Team out of Wyoming with a modified .416 Barrett, and it was 4.4 miles.
Miles, yeah.
7,744 yards.
Isn't that something?
And which is, at 1.1 miles, 1.5 miles, the .416 Barrett is still supersonic. And with the advances in shooting technologies and ammunition, ballistics, things of that nature, and training, which anybody can really get now, basically just by watching YouTube and taking a few science classes. Proficiency with the firearm is has been improving over the years. Let's see. Excuse. Oh, that hurt. Still dealing with this rib issue.
Oh, yeah.
It was a little bit worse than they thought. Yeah, well, it actually tore the flesh between two ribs, and the ligaments up in the sternum area, and it just is like basically a zipper all the way to my back. But that happened a week ago Tuesday, and I was back to work that Sunday evening, and with all this mess going on, something I foresee is like, did you see Gutfeld's program this evening?
I did not.
What he said?
No.
I think it was Gutfeld. That he was talking about the left wing. Said you may have silenced his voice, but it'll carry on the rest of us. And you woke us the F up. He dropped an F-bomb on live TV, and the way he was looking at the camera, the next few days, I just about foresee across this country at all kinds of Democratic headquarters, cities, county level, state level, nationwide. I'd pretty much see a major protest and possibly buildings being torched. And the way that Gutfeld brought it out, we need to be diligent and vigilant. That's the way things that are going on in this country right now. There's even a bill that just was introduced, I believe in D.C., to classify transgenderism as a mental illness and would bar individuals that ilk from possessing and owning firearms, because it is a mental illness, and if you're mentally ill, you have no right to be taking up firearms, because all these school shooters, that nobody in their right mind would do that. So it's time to start bringing the asylums back, and even J.D. DeLay, you know that individual, social media influencer. He's a recovery, drug addiction recovery specialist who got out of prison and turned his life around. Mm-hmm. Well, he had a pretty poignant broadcast tonight, and talking about Charlie Kirk, and apparently they were friends as well, and he dropped some really harsh truths on the American people, and in fact, even in Australia, that there are people that are just in an uproar over there about it, because he had a lot of friends, a lot of people that followed him and believed in his mission statement in Australia as well. So, like I said, everybody keep your head on a swivel, because things apparently are about to get a whole lot worse. And everything is all the information that I've been pulling in.
Well, let's hope.
Y'all be safe out there.
Well, let's hope. Minds. People need to think of their actions and reactions. Reacting to violence with further violence. Yeah, doesn't really solve any problems. Makes things worse. The Scrapyard, thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. Let me see. Good morning to Bill in Queens, New York.
Good morning, Steve. You affectionately know me as Lobster and the other callers, but in the vein of that your father started that night of 9/11,
right?
And as it's progressed and rolled into your career, I wanted to be Bill from Queens. Queens will always be my home. But first and foremost, my heart goes out to Tom Bigby, his family, for you as a co-worker. He was a hell of a guy. He was always fun and entertaining, and God be with him and his family. It certainly, I can't imagine what that man's been. But back to 9/11, some things that I never talked about. You know, obviously, I'm a retired New York City transit bus driver. I was home at the time. I had moved out to Pennsylvania, and I stayed in the city at my aunt's house in Forest Hills, Queens. And I happened to be home that day. It was a Tuesday. And I was woken up by a phone call of the events and all that. Mass transit went through a weird metamorphosis during that time. My route at that particular time, I had the B39 route that ran from Williamsburg Bridge Plaza to Lansing and Allen Street, Manhattan, across the Williamsburg Bridge. You did 39 round trips a day. Obviously, they had all the bridges were locked down and all that. So I was told, come in, report for work. And I shuttled firefighters from Cadman Plaza in Brooklyn, Lloyd Bennett Field in Brooklyn, to the evolution of what became Ground Zero, initially was known as the Pile. And there, sometimes we'd have one or two buses. Sometimes there'd be 20 or 30 of us shuttling firefighters, emergency service units from the police department, Port Authority, EMS. It was chaotic at first, but after a couple of weeks, things settled down. But there was an unwritten rule that we never engaged anybody who got onto the bus that didn't want to talk. After they finished their shift on their way back out of Manhattan, back into Brooklyn, either the Cadman Plaza or out the Floyd Bennett Field, we didn't engage them unless they chose to speak to us, because the look on those emergency workers, it was something, we were providing a service. We were not really part of it. That was a brotherhood, sisterhood that I will never have a part of. I've never been a firefighter. I've never served in the military. I've never served in law enforcement. I was just an unwitting spectator that was paid to do a job. And I stayed on that all the way through Christmas that year. And Christmas, Thanksgiving, will never be the same for me. We didn't celebrate. I had gone through a divorce, so I didn't celebrate Thanksgiving or Christmas. I worked so some other people could have the day off. Probably one of the funniest things that came out of it the first couple of days, as a firefighter, you know I'm a cigar smoker occasionally. One of the firefighters saw me standing outside and I was smoking a cigar. And he goes, hey, do you have another cigar? And you can have this one. He goes, I want to get some fresh air into my lungs after coming off the pile. He couldn't describe the filth of a cigar going into his lungs. It was clean air compared to him.
Wow.
Compared to what was coming off the pile. Yeah, and the smells, the odors. Every day those buses were decontaminated. We'd roll in over at Floyd Bennett or over at Cadman Plaza, and they had firefighting equipment to wash the buses. They'd hose the interior of the buses down because they would, again, for the first week or two, they had set up full decontamination. They didn't know the extent of what really was in the air, not that they were putting out publicly. So you'd have firefighters getting on in this putrid gear. They would strip it down, and then they would get new gear when they reported back to work. But it was ugly for a while. You as the weeks of that moved on, the huge decay and scent of decaying flesh was omnipresent. I've never been to the 9/11 memorial, and I don't know if I ever will. I grew up, I was 3 years old when they started building the World Trade Center. The actual demolition of buildings on streets that don't exist in Lower Manhattan in 1966. And I would spend a weekend with my grandmother occasionally. As they were building it in the early 70s, you could actually take tours into the original two World Trade Center buildings that were maybe only 25, 30 stories tall, and take tours. I remember my grandmother taking me there many times to see that. You know, probably 3-4 times a year we would do that. And as an adult, I had a date with a girl, and we had dinner at Windows on the World. Nothing you could ever describe. It was fun to have friends, family, visitors. Hey, let's take the elevator up, go to the top of the World Trade Center and see that. It's a big part of my life, Steve. I hope that from this, we can be better people. We've had some tragic events you've had on the news today. I think we're capable of being better people, and I hope that we can come together like we did on the 9/12.
Yeah.
Can we come together? Can we get along with each other? Can we go to church? Can we have vigils? Can we set apart the ugliness in our life? And I'm hoping we're capable of doing that. And that's what's on my mind tonight, Steve. I don't have a whole lot more to say. I was fortunate that I did not lose anybody I directly knew in the event of the World Trade Center, which is remarkable in itself. But that's all I have for tonight, and I really appreciate you taking the time for this. Thank you.
Hey, I really appreciate you dialing us up and sharing somebody that was there on the ground in the days and the weeks and the months thereafter. Thank you much, Bill, a.k.a. Lobster.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Toward news break, top of the hour, minutes away. Let me get started with Brother Rambler here. Good morning.
Well, good morning, brother, and glad to be on the air with everyone, all of God's children listening to us. Whether hey, if you're up there in the high plains desert of Eli, Nevada, or down on the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas, it's a pleasure for you to be here with us tonight to share the airways with you. And, everyone just give their thoughts and their prayers for the Kirk family. And, God's children, I want to address a few things, if you don't mind. I'm sure when Charlie Kirk woke up on September 10th that morning, from his hotel room, he had his wife and his children with him. I'm sure it never occurred to him that this could be his last day on earth. The kind of Christian that Brother Kirk was, I know he woke up and immediately thanked God for allowing him to wake up. I'm sure he did that, as I do and so many others do. And I'm sure he reached over and kissed his wife, and I'm sure at the breakfast table he held his child and played with his 3-year-old, and as he went off to that college, not knowing that this is going to be it, that God's going to call me home. You never know when your time is going to be up, God's children. I'm sure he was prepared. I mean, when you know the Lord Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior, you're always prepared. The Boy Scouts taught me how to. That was our motto back when the Boy Scouts was the Boy Scouts. Always be prepared. That was very tragic what happened today. Very tragic. Very tragic for Brother Big B as well. Well, that was his radio name. But out of all this chaos, I become a grandfather at 6:25 this evening with the birth of my first granddaughter, Lily Mae Wilson. And good, healthy baby, 7 pounds, 22 ounces, 19 inches long. And good, healthy, born good. And so a life is given, and a life is taken, a life is given. When I think about Charlie Kirk, Steve, I immediately go to the Word of God. And the one saint that stands out to me, that if I could describe Charlie Kirk, would be Saint Stephen. You can read about Saint Stephen, God's children, if you go to Acts chapter 7. Charlie Kirk and Stephen was a lot alike. They stood boldly. They proclaimed their faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. They didn't pull no punches, and they told it like it was. Stephen, if you've read it in Acts chapter 7, you can start reading it in verse number 58, and you can go down till it concludes, where he told it like it was, and the people could not handle it. The Word of God says they got so mad, they literally ran up and started biting him, Steve. Then they carried him away. And right before they stoned him, the spiritual veil was lifted off of Stephen's eyes, and he saw from heaven the throne of God and Jesus at the right hand. He says, behold, I see Jesus at the right hand of the Father. And that's when they started throwing stones at him. And the last words out of his mouth, he said the same thing that Jesus said when he hung on the cross. Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they do. And the word of God says Stephen went to sleep. You never know when your last day is going to be. You just don't. A while back, I pleaded with two men to try to make peace. Is this what it's going to take for people to come together? Someone's got to die to get a phone call, say, well, I wish I had done this, I wish I had done that. Use your time wisely, because you don't know. You do not know when your lottery numbers is going to be up. I tell you one thing, Steve, I know we're coming up on break here soon. And if you want to hold me over, you can hold me over. But I'll make this statement. If the news ever breaks that Brother Rambler has left this earth, trust me on this. I know where I'm going. I made my travel arrangement, Steve, March 31st, 1991, when I walked the aisle of a little old Baptist church and I gave my heart to Jesus. And I have not looked back. Has it been a rocky road? Yes. Has it been mountaintop highs and low valley lows? You better believe it has.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good place to pause there, Brother Rambler. Hang on. We'll be back. Final hour ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Political activist and media personality Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at a Turning Point rally at Utah Valley University near Provo. This witness was in front and center at the event.
As soon as he was shot, he, just kind of went limp, fell over, and then everybody just dropped and went down.
Video posted on social media shows Kirk being shot in the neck. The university says the shot was fired from a nearby building about 200 yards away. Charlie Kirk, dead at 31. 2 students are in critical condition and another is stable after a shooting at Evergreen High School near Denver. Deputies say the male suspect used a handgun, though his age is still unknown, and investigators are piecing together exactly where on campus the shots were fired. Jefferson County Sheriff's Department spokesperson Jackie Kelly.
All shootings occurred on school grounds, some inside, some outside.
The Jefferson County Board of Commissioners says in a statement that no child should ever experience the fear of violence at school and no parent should have to worry about the safety of their children. Former Vice President Kamala Harris is taking aim at Joe Biden's decision to run for re-election, calling it a reckless mistake in her upcoming memoir.
In excerpts obtained by The Atlantic, Harris writes she felt she was in the worst position to urge Biden to step aside, worried it would seem self-serving, even as she feared he couldn't beat Donald Trump. She writes that Biden's run was driven more by ego than judgment.
In this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in?
Harris ultimately replaced him as the Democratic nominee after he dropped out in 2024, only to lose to Trump in what became the shortest presidential campaign in U.S. history. I'm Michael Kastner.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 220 points. The S&P 500 rose by 19 points, and the Nasdaq gained 6 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand is continuing calls for Congress to fully fund the World Trade Center health program.
Gillibrand says recent data indicates nearly 50,000 people have now been diagnosed with 9/11 related cancers.
This is the only way that we can guarantee that the 9/11 responders and survivors can get the care that they deserve. This is a matter of life and death.
Gillibrand says even though it's a big chunk of money, it is becoming very hard for first responders to come down to Washington to fight for funds. It comes as the World Trade Center health program faces staffing challenges due to federal cuts earlier this year. I'm Natalie Migliori.
Cleanup efforts are underway after 67 two-ton shipping containers fell into the port of Long Beach.
It happened on Tuesday morning while the ship was docked. The mishap forced the temporary suspension of all cargo operations in Pier G. The ship, which came from China, was carrying a full load of goods from shoes to clothing to electronics. Some of the containers sank. There are concerns about more containers falling today as the situation on the ship remains unstable. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A new British study shows that global warming is impacting America's sweet tooth.
Climate scientists at the University of Southampton say as temperatures rise, so does consumption of sugary drinks and desserts in the U.S. Researchers found that Americans, especially those with less education and money, are consuming more than 100 million pounds of extra sugar annually compared to 15 years ago. They're warning that rising temperatures could have a detrimental effect on health. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we get that final hour underway here on September 11 of 2025. All right, Ramblers hanging in there. All right, welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there.
And thank you for taking me back, Steve. And I wanted just to reiterate, if you're just now joining us, we're addressing some of the things and my thoughts and my opinions on Charlie Kirk. And, you know, basically you never know when your numbers is going to be up. You don't know. I mean, Gail Pearson battled cancer since 2001. She would get it in remission. She'd come back. She fought it for years until finally it just reared its head and they couldn't get rid of it. So she had a few more years. You got other people that are like brother Tom Bigby. He got rid of it and it came back, and he only had was a few days. You don't know when your time is really going to be up. I was on the phone. Matter of fact, I was on the phone with Heat Wave when he got sideswiped the other night. We were just talking, and if that man had been over a few more inches, we wouldn't be talking to Heat Wave no more, because we were just sitting there talking when I hung up the phone with you last time. And we're just, you know, cutting up talking about his high school reunion, and all of a sudden, what on earth was that? I said, I know, Neil, I heard that. He said, I just had a tire blew, and someone almost sideswiped me. Well, someone did sideswipe him, and he did have a tire blow, but that could have ended a whole different way if that other driver would have come over a few more inches. You see what we're saying? You see the magnitude of a human life. I don't care if you have aught against your brother. All it takes is setting your pride aside. Set your pride aside and reach out and at least text someone. You don't have to have a relationship with them, but say, hey, you know what? Let's let bygones be bygones. Let's bury the hatchet. I love you. I don't agree with you, but I love you, and I just don't want to be angry with you, because you never know when your time on this earth is going to be up, and you never know when you're going to be able to make peace with somebody. You know, there's a couple. I'm not going to say their name, and they listen, and it's their testimony to tell. I'm so happy, so very happy, that this was peace made between a brother and a sister who went years without talking, and now they got a relationship back, all because somebody set their pride aside, said, you know what, it's destroying a relationship with my sibling is not worth all of this. And now they have a relationship again. How many people on 9/11 left this world? A husband and a wife argued, or a mother and father argued, or someone argued before they went to work, either on Flight 93, any of them flights, any of the trade centers, any of the Pentagon. They never got a chance to make an amends. You have a chance. You have a chance. And I'm just not talking to, I'm talking to everybody. Everybody that's listening, you have the chance while you're still breathing air to make it right. The ball's in your court, God's children. All you have to do is swallow your pride. Is that too hard to do? Man, I tell you what, I'm the first one, Steve, that if I feel like I done someone wrong, I'm man enough to tell anybody, hey, if I wronged you, I am sorry and I apologize. And I'm good at setting my pride aside, because when my time on earth is done, I want to stand before my Lord and Savior, hear them words, job well done. I don't want to leave no stone unturned. And I'm sure Charlie Kirk heard those words whenever his time was up on this earth. But let's keep on loving one another. Let's keep on praying for one another. What was I doing 24 years ago? I was listening to Bob and Tom. I was on I-10 out of Beaumont, Texas, going to Port Lavanica, about to get into Houston, whenever Tom Brokaw broke on the radio. Yes, Tom Brokaw. I was listening to the Bob and Tom show, and Tom Brokaw broke on the radio talking about a plane had hit a tower. And it just didn't seem right because I have never, ever heard a Tom Brokaw being there in the morning time and him talking about this. And then just it all went downhill from there. I had to go make my delivery, and I finally got up to the pilot on I-45 in Houston, where I finally got there and was able to see a TV and to see the chaos. And, terrible. It's terrible. So that's what I was doing. I was on the I-610 loop going down to Port Lavanica, Texas, whenever all that transpired. And of course, listening to your dad that night, you and your dad, or your dad and you, proper English, and listening to the show, and that's when the show changed as well. You know, we learned that Hollywood's real name wasn't Hollywood. We learned that Maverick's real name wasn't Maverick. Lobster, I remember Lobster calling in that night. We found out that his real name isn't Lobster, you know?
Right.
So we got real names behind people. We found out that Steve Sommers, his real name is Steve Sommers. It wasn't a radio gimmick, you know?
Right.
So love people today. You have a chance. Love them today. Steve, if it's all right, I want to just say a quick prayer before I get off here. And let's pray for everybody real quick. Let's pray for the Big B family. Let's just pray for everybody. And I'll get off here and let someone else get on. Gracious Lord, Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus. Lord, we're tired of the tragedy in this world. Father God, I ask you to send your son back quickly. But until you send your son back, Lord, there's a few of us out here that are willing to pay for our lives to tell anybody who will listen, whether they hate us or they love us, about your son Jesus who died for our sins. Lord, let us tell everybody, not with hatred, but with love. Lord, let us show the love we have for you and expand that love of how we are supposed to love the sinner but hate the sin. Lord, help us to love one another. Help us to heal. In Jesus' name we pray. We love you. Amen and amen. And God's children, this is Brother Rambler signing off, and I'll leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler loves you, and I do, and I'll try and call in at the loneliest, well, it is the loneliest hour. I'll try and call in tomorrow night. God bless. We'll see you later, God's children. Bye now.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, Brother Rambler actually mentioned Senor Heatwave, and as expected, I didn't think we'd be hearing from you on our Wednesday morning show, but here he is. Welcome back.
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, I'll tell you what, this has really been a sad week, a week of remembrance, a week of people passing, and my little episode with what happened to me, I've been driving 30 and a half years, and man, I tell you what, that was the first time when Rambler's right. It was just, I wouldn't say by the grace of God, it could have been, but the training that we all receive whenever we go to different companies about avoidance, how to make a bad situation better. But I tell you what, had I been in the left of my lane, we'd be talking about a memorial for me as well. That was truly a bad situation. The old boy come over into my lane at 491, used to be known as 666, the Devil's Highway, from Gallup, New Mexico to Monticello, Utah. And they changed it here about 10 years ago because of the religious implications, and well, it's still the same dangerous highway. And at night on a 2-lane stretch, there's not really a whole lot of shoulder there. I mean, you got a nice, well-paved shoulder that's about as wide as the lane. But I mean, you just go over 6 inches. That ground is so soft, and it's such a steep decline. I could have easily rolled that truck, but as it was, and I did see the video, because I mean that's a split second. You're thinking, what happened? Driver just kind of casually came over into my lane. It's night. It's pitch black as it is tonight. Mm-hmm. And I just said, "Oh, shish kebab," right there with Rambler on with me. And it really wakens you up to another perspective of living. The other driver, we were about a quarter mile from each other. It took that long for us to stop. He hit the trailer, and you could see where the side view mirror on the driver's side of his came in contact with the trailer, and when that broke, the base of his side view mirror gouged about a 15-foot long rip into the trailer wall. He had his steer tire had connected with the front axle tire on the driver's side, and it actually embedded the grooves from the studs for the I tell you what, I'm still kind of shaky over that. From the lug nut holders, the studs, and the second one, it absolutely just shredded the tire and actually bent the wheel. So we had to get 2 new wheels, 2 new tires, a hub cover, and a brand new pair of shorts. I mean that was pretty close.
Wow.
The guy then,
but then
he was making his way towards me when I was. I'm sorry.
He tried to say that the accident was your fault, though.
Yes. I called the company immediately, let them know what was going on, and the gentleman had to start walking up to the truck, my truck, from his truck, and I could tell because he had the light on his phone, and he was speaking a language when he finally got up there that I did not recognize, and I guarantee you it wasn't Spanish. So it was either an African dialect or a Jamaican. I think more African than Jamaican. But when I called 911, I said, I don't know if this guy speaks English, because he didn't stop to talk to me. He just came over, looked at the tractor and the trailer, and then he walked back. Now, the tractor wasn't touched. It was about halfway down the 53-foot trailer that was marked and damaged. But yeah, he when I walked over to his tractor with the state police officer there, I was taking pictures of the damage to his tractor, and I could hear him speak English, but it was a thick foreign excuse me it was a thick foreign accent, and like I said, it was either I don't think it was Jamaican. I think it was more of an African dialect. But the physical evidence on the roadways and the video evidence showed the officer that, yeah, this is what actually happened. And so he was written up for it. And we were both on the side of the road. Well, I think he was on the side of the road for about 10 hours. I was out there for about 15, waiting for maintenance. And then when it all came at once. The hub seal, the hub guy came by and put a new hub on, while the tire guy was out there putting new wheels and tires on the trailer, and the wrecker came by, and it's like, boy, that was a welcome relief. And I got to thank the guy that come down to fix the hubs. He saw I was out there, and he went ahead and he brought me a hamburger, fries, and a Dr. Pepper. And he's like, thank you, brother.
Wow.
But yeah, so I mean, what could have really been a very bad situation, and not to say it wasn't, but I mean, it could have been a hell of a lot worse. So, as we find ourselves later on here now, we got school shooting, another one. Charlie Kirk, God rest his soul, getting assassinated. I mean, you can't call it anything else.
Right.
And Tom Bigby passing away. I just found out about it with you and Rambler talking. And, man, and the 9/11, this is a very sad, solemn week. And I'm glad I didn't Scrapyard. Brother, I hope you're feeling better. I hope you get done. Them rib injuries hurt like hell. Did he say that they had introduced in D.C. a bill to keep the alphabet community from getting guns because their condition would be considered a mental health issue?
There are discussions.
I mean, is that an actual statement?
Yeah, there are discussions about possibly. Yeah, Pam Bondi was talking about it. And so, I mean, I don't know that any actual legislation's been introduced, but it is being talked about.
Well, there was that video of the gentleman dressed as a lady or a woman from Albuquerque about 6-7 years ago at a GameStop store or something of that nature, screaming and yelling, "I am a ma'am."
Yes.
With his deep voice.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, you really need help. But I'll guarantee you one thing. The ACLU will turn around and start screaming where you're infringing on their right. And it is in the Bill of Rights that we can be armed, but driving the vehicle, you are granted a license. It's not a right to have it is a, what do they call that? And I just had that word in my head. It's a privilege given to you. It's not a right, it's a privilege. That's what it is. And I think gun ownership should be deemed in the same way. Because if you are if you're a felon, you cannot legally own a gun. I mentioned the word legally, because there's a lot of illegal aliens out there. They have guns, and they are not allowed to have them. And I think if you cannot pass muster on, trying to figure out which restroom to use when you have to go potty, I think then that should be cause enough for them not to be able to arm themselves. It is amazing that they'll say a child of 5 years old is old enough to decide what they want to be gender-wise. A little boy wants to be a girl. A little girl wants to be a boy. And they say that's fine. That's their choice. Well, we have laws in effect that prohibit the sale of cigarettes to those under 18. We have laws that prohibit buying of alcohol for those under the age of 21. It happens, but the laws are there stating we ain't doing it. Handguns, you have to be 21. I don't know. It's beyond my pay grade about what we need to do and how we need to do this, but I know something needs to be done. So other than that, like I said, I'm on the road right now heading to Rogers, Texas. And if Texas were in the shape of a cow, Rogers would be the hind end of the state. We'll just put it that way.
All right. Well, with that, Senor Heatwave, I'm glad you're all right. We got to take care of our update news break. Rolling into a brand new day. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Political activist and media personality Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at a Turning Point rally at Utah Valley University near Provo. Former Utah Congressman Jason Chaffetz was at the event.
I was watching Charlie. I can't say that I saw blood. I can't say that I saw him get hit, but I did see him.
We did receive
immediately backwards into his left.
Video posted on social media shows Kirk being shot in the neck during a Q&A with students. A suspect is now in custody. Charlie Kirk, dead at 31. At Evergreen High School near Denver, 2 students are in critical condition and a third is stable following a shooting on campus. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Department says the male suspect has been hospitalized. Investigators are searching his home, social media, and school locker for answers. A 4th person was injured as well while fleeing the scene. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I'm looking at a post that was shared by an individual. His name's Sean. And he got this, he said, from my close friend Rob McCoy, who introduced me to Charlie Kirk back in 2019. And he says, Charlie Kirk's pastor asked me to share this. He says, my friend Charlie Kirk was murdered today by a coward. His life will be remembered for many wonderful things. He built it all with the power of the spoken word. He never used violence, but was threatened every day with violence by those who couldn't contend with logic and truth. And now they've done to my friend what evil always does. It takes away life. Charlie did not die, however, but instead he's begun to truly live. His life was secured eternally by his Savior Jesus Christ. This truth allowed Charlie to face every threat with courage because he didn't fear death. All evil knows is death, and they derive power from death. Charlie lived for life, and will be remembered for this. My heart is broken for his family, his wife Erica, and his 2 precious children. Evil has not prevailed. It will not win. It's Rob McCoy. He says, he called me his pastor, but I prefer to be known as his friend and his biggest fan. Well, let me get to Mike. Morning, Mike. Thanks for hanging in there.
Well, Steve, this morning, about all I can say. I've got the same thing, kind of like Bill. You know who he is. You know who I am.
Mm-hmm.
I had to say this. I have got a lot of respect for Bill and Spaceman and the rest that still go across that GW and into that city. Because ever since I was up there for 8.5 days afterwards, during it, I have not been back. You've also made a mention here a little bit ago. Well, let's just say first of the show. About all of them that are still suffering. How about this one? We lost a caller of your daddy's show, and I think he's called your show. How about Elvis? He died from it, didn't he, or did he not?
He was one of those first responders who had damage to his lungs, and in the early days of COVID, his body could not fight off because of the lung damage. So technically COVID, but yes, it was being on the ground for weeks up there at ground zero that he took all that damage and stuff into his lungs.
Yes, sir. Just where I was drawing it from. And I mean, I've been to the doctors and they've tried to say I've got stuff they have never recognized before. And I know it's coming one of these days. I'm on the last minute. But I've been a Christian all my life, Steve. But I've got one thing. This is just something that really irks me. Not irks. I really question. I'm sorry. I do not think like some other people do. I do not see this as being his day of being called to go home. So, Steve, you remember when we were all growing up? How many damn times were you and I and everybody else that's listening to your station tonight? If you don't slow that damn car down, you're going to get killed. I'm sorry. I think the devil pushed the buttons on this damn thing that got Brother Charlie Kirk killed today. I do not see it as his time because you got so many, and he was full of fruits, full of life for the right causes. But I've got to end it with there. But Steve, I do have a question on our topic. So the better general topics. Have you seen where Oklahoma is trying to blame the medical marijuana for a driver shortage?
I shared that night before last, I think it was. Yes. And I said, apparently, I guess the ATA must have got a hold of some of the leadership there. And at the same time, last night we talked about the Nebraska deal to bring in drivers from Kenya. Kenyan drivers, because there's a driver shortage. It's like we had more on that, but I didn't get a chance to get to it this morning. But that's the last thing we need to be doing right now.
Amen, exactly. I know them Africans won't know how to speak a lick of English. And by the way, I do not remember Brother Heatwave on his call saying anything about this yahoo that hit him being placed out of the service for not knowing the English language proficiently. Now, did I miss something? Did I lose signal for a while? Did he say where he was shut down?
I think when law enforcement arrived, he said he could speak some English, but it was with a very strong, some sort of accent or whatever, and he couldn't recognize what it was. But yeah, obviously when he was talking, I assume to his employer, yeah, he was talking in a language he said he did not understand. But real quick, because you may have missed when we talked about it last evening. just weeks after two liberal states made headlines in the worst way possible for licensing an illegal alien whose lack of truck driving skills was implicated in the accident that killed 3. A conservative state now making news for inking a deal for African truck drivers to work here. Apparently, Republicans in Nebraska really want the wrath of voters because in a memorandum signed last week, which is garnering more scrutiny on social media, state lawmakers agreed to give truck driving jobs to Kenyan migrants. The September 2nd memorandum signing the end of this effort, affording a media release issued by Kenya's Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. The signing ceremony, a key part of a week-long visit by a high-level Nebraska delegation to Kenya. The delegation engaged in an extensive program to explore and identify concrete opportunities for collaboration across a diverse range of sectors of the economy. Kenyans are hardworking, dedicated, and they're very sharp. This makes working with the Kenyan government and the Kenyan people both desirable and rewarding for us, says the Nebraska Secretary of State, Robert Evanen. One day after the Memorandum of Understanding was signed, we have commercial truck drivers already who are being trained partially in Kenya, and then they complete their training in Nebraska. The memorandum was signed at the State House in Nairobi, witnessed by the president of the country. The fact that this would generate outrage, obviously, is not surprising, partly because of the fact this is taking jobs away from hardworking Americans, occurring in a state with a Republican governor and Republican Secretary of State, and partially because of the fact that it comes just weeks after Harjinder Singh was charged with vehicular homicide after his U-turn that killed 3 there in Florida. Now, I did actually, following when we concluded yesterday morning, I actually went online, looked up the Nebraska Secretary of State's website and just offered my 2 cents, telling him to do some legitimate research. There is no driver shortage. We do not need to be bringing more visa truckers into this country that will be willing to work for wages, and that's the only reason companies are supporting this, to bring drivers in that'll work for cheap. All right, let me say hello to Scrapyard. Yeah.
On heat wave and all, I'm praying for you, brother. And on firearm regulations, well, something interesting happened here just recently. The black powder arms are no longer considered firearms. That the online sales, there's no background check, nothing. And even though of an individual that bought a Lamat revolver, which is like 10 shots, nine of cap and ball, and then basically cap and ball 20 gauge right through the center of it. So you can order it online and it ships by the U.S. mail or Amazon or any of these other delivery services with 0 background checks. And that certain individuals that I know of purchasing like muzzle loaders, things of that nature, just for home defense, because they can't carry it out in public, but having it at home, because under the federal regulations, it is no longer classified as a firearm. It's been stricken from the law, law and regulations, and I've even heard of drivers that are actually carrying them on trucks now.
Very interesting. So, like the old flintlock, right?
Like percussion firearms, like your old Colt Walkers and the Colt Dragoons, things of that nature. And one individual I know, like I said, he bought a reproduction Lamat revolver, and it's like 9 shots, I think, of 35 caliber, I believe it is, with a 20 gauge shotgun, acts as the spindle for the cylinder. And it's all cap and ball. You have to load it with a plunger, a small ramrod. And I've even known of several people that are that are out of prison and are purchasing muzzleloaders and things of that nature because there's 0 background check, and keeping it at home for their own personal defense.
Well, very interesting. Scrapyard, I appreciate you dialing us back up. Very interesting. It is 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
Charlie Kirk had made a statement at one point in time, which was very short and to the point. It was, when discourse ends, violence begins. Ken Blackwell shares, all he wanted to do was talk to people. And you shot him for it. We mourn, we remember, we will never forget. Charlie Kirk, husband to Erica, devoted father to 2 young children, now rests in peace. His presence in the public sphere inspired millions. His absence now leaves a profound quiet in our hearts. Charlie spoke boldly for what he believed in, the enduring truths upon which America was founded. He reminded us that liberty is endowed by our Creator, that every individual has dignity, and that free citizens share the responsibility to preserve freedom. But beyond conviction, he was a family man, a loving husband to Erica, proud father who delighted in his children. Today we grieve for Erica and the little ones. We pray for God's comfort to surround them in the days ahead. The peace may fill the void of their loss. Yet even in grief, we stand firm. Those who thought Charlie's silence would quiet the ideals that he held dear, they are mistaken. A movement is not built on one voice. It is anchored in principles that endure beyond any single life. When one light is extinguished, our resolve must shine even brighter. John 1:5, the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Charlie's life was proof that courage, conviction, and faith can pierce even the darkest hour. His work will continue in the lives of those he inspired and in the principles he lived by. And for Erica and the children, we claim this promise. Rest in peace, Charlie. We will carry forward what you began. Your voice may be silenced, but your legacy lives on in every heart that continues to believe in America's promise. Well, let's see what Buster has going on this morning. What's up, Buster?
Hey. Amen. Wow, what a show. I just woke up around, here it's 3:35, and today I'll be with 12 men, all over age 70, except I, who will be 69 in 2 weeks. In Cheriton, Wyoming, doing a history lesson on the Indian Wars with a retired park ranger. And, on this trip, they all talk about who they are or what they are, and 3 of them are graduates from the West Point in the 70s. Mm-hmm. We got one guy who was a Marine, Coast Guard. I mean, all these stories I'm hearing. One guy's got so much metal in his body. He was talking about how it's bad at the airport. He just walked. One guy's got a service dog with him. First time this tour's ever had General service dog. So anyway, it's a good thing. Blue-gray tours, Steve. I agree with the devil. We all love Jesus, and Rambo, you're right, but it is we all have choices, and we all have to deal with this thing. Today, midday in the afternoon, our van went off onto the rumble strips, and it was that time of day. I know as a delivery driver that it's that day you get kind of blasé. You had your lunch, and you're out there driving around and trying to find these real roads to go see plaques of the Bozeman Trail and stuff. But my driver went on the rumble. I didn't say nothing, just kept to myself. But I'm giving him some of the things I take. That's nitric oxide, the super beat stuff that helps you open up your thing there. But on this trip, I'm going to be telling them you need to get the podcast. You need to. I got about 6 of your business cards left, Steve, and I did contact the boys up there to send me another batch before the Matt's thing, because I'm giving these out very discreetly, and I'm starting to get the ink blot. Just turn the card over and let them take the picture of the ink thing. Mm-hmm. But in closing, I have a lady who went up to September 11th. She was American Red Cross, Knoxville, Tennessee, named Becky. And I've been a driver of hers until I left there 3 years ago to go out and be a Smoky Mountain driver. And she was having medical problems since she got back. And I'm this show tonight, and what happened to Charlie Kirk, I'm gonna make a point if I'm off Monday with a standby. I'm gonna go reach out to her and see how she's doing, if she's still alive or not. But we all need to go after all those first responders, and some of us were truck drivers. So, it's a very humble day. And in closing, I told all the people on this bus today, I said, we're always be sure. This was before Charlie. We heard the news on that. I said, wear your patriotic shirt today because it's September 11th.
Yes.
And so, Steve, great show, and I appreciate you, brother.
All right, Buster, good to hear from you. Thank you so much. Hey, right on cue, that loneliest hour, Knuckle Buster.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Mr. Steve Summers. Simplified shout out Trucking Fields, Captain Ron, and the great and one and only Mr. Steve Summers. The official language of Kenya is Swahili. I don't know how to speak no Swahili, but he did, and I just laughed, and I said, well, that's news to me. So anyway, but they do speak English over there too, Steve, so I don't know.
Yep.
Well, just stay safe today. Be careful, and have yourself a good morning there, Mr. Steve Summers. Just quitting time, brother.
Over and out. Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. All right, speaking of Truck and Phil, a somber Truckin' Thursday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Prayers going out to the most wonderful Tom Bigby, a.k.a. Dave Barrett, and his family. Starting off at a cool 53.81 the high, warming to 77 to Waco, Michigan, as we depart Fort Wayne for Waco and back once again. Have a great day. It's almost Friday. And roll on, Knuckle Buster. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And as he said, yes, on a somber Thursday. We shall close it out there, and when we come back at the midnight hour, Eastern time tonight, hopefully a better day, and hope you can join us for our Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone.